Hello and good afternoon to everyone, estimated guests and also delegates. We are so happy to have you all here in this session today. We will start the session with the welcome speech of Dr. G.N. Gowda. Sir, you can proceed, please.
Yes, I am audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Very good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Dr. N.D. Gowda, Assistant Professor, Saraswathi Law College, Chitradurga, Karnataka, India, and Organizing Secretary. On behalf of Saraswathi Law College, Karnataka, India, and our visionary partner, the Organization of Green Future, Afghanistan, it is my immense pleasure to extend a heartfelt welcome to this groundbreaking event. Today we gather virtually and ideologically to explore the theme that resonates with the pulse of our times, the role of youth in green economy, green energy, green jobs, and green transition. To our distinguished guests and speakers who have joined us from across the globe, the Ukraine, Afghanistan, Mauritius, South Africa, and beyond, we thank you for lending your expertise to this vital cause. Your presence bridges continents and cultures, uniting us in a shared mission to empower the next generation of change makers. A special welcome to our keynote speaker of today's International Model United Nations Conference, Bhavana Mahadev, Adjunct Professor, Department of Business Management and Law, School of Business, Management and Finance, University of Technology, Mauritius. Welcome, Madam. I also welcome the chief guest of today's program, Michaela Cherinor, a global promotion leader whose work with Noble Learning, PBC, has transformed the lives in 15 countries. Sir, your insights on youth leadership will undoubtedly ignite inspiration in our participants today. I also welcome the other keynote speakers of this program, Dr. Nisha Bhaskar, Professor Daniel Hamilton Fernandez de Lima, to this program. I would also like to recognize and welcome the tireless efforts of our organizing pillars, the President of the program and Chief Coordinator, Professor Marthi T.R., Professor of International Law, Department of Studies in Law, University of Mysore, Karnataka, India. Welcome, sir. I also welcome my teacher, the coordinator of this program and principal of Saraswathi Law College, Chitradurga, Karnataka, India, Professor M.S. Sudhadevi Madam, for this program. Welcome, Madam. I also welcome the Qadriya Hashimi, CEO of Organization of Green Future, Afghanistan, whose vision connects the sustainability with youth advocacy. I also welcome Mr. Abhijit Kaundinya, GR, Event Coordinator, ILPR, VODAP, and OGFA. Welcoming you, sir. I also welcome Ms. Jannavi Suresh to this program. Welcome, madam. And our incredible team of faculty, the volunteers and delegates, your passion fuels this initiative. Today is not merely a conference, it is call to action. Over the next few hours, we will dissect legal frameworks, economic strategies, and grassroots innovations to equip young minds with the tools for sustainable future. from thought-provoking keynotes to the Model United Nations program, delegate draft policies. We aim to turn ideas into impact. Welcome our participants. You are the heartbeat of this event. The world needs your creativity, courage, and collaboration to drive the green transition. I request all of you, engage actively, question boldly, and network relentlessly, for the connection you forge here may spark the solution of tomorrow. Before we proceed, let us make a moment to acknowledge the urgency of our cause, the climate change, economic disparity, and energy crisis demand youth-led solutions. Together, we can redefine what's possible. Once again, thank you for joining us. Let's make today's a milestone in our journey towards a greener, fairer, and bright future. Thank you. Thank you, one and all. Hello. Sir, Marty sir.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
You can continue, sir. I completed my welcome speech.
All right. Madam Kadriya, can you just proceed?
Sure, sir.
Yeah.
Now, I request from Bahana Madam to give us some speech about the agenda we set in this program. Madam, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Ms. Kadriya. So I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizing team, Professor Maruti. Thank you very much for the opportunity today. Right. So I believe we, just like Dr. Gara said, we have a very groundbreaking conference today to be able to discuss about sustainability, climate change, all the environmental crisis we are finding today, right? So in terms of the theme of the conference, so we have here to listen to the youth of today about what they themselves they have to say about what are the contributions they can make to be able to promote a green and sustainable environment for all, right? So taking into consideration the theme, okay, and especially taking into consideration that we are looking for solution to be able, to build a sustainable environment, to be able to mitigate climate change. So today, what I would like to share with you before the panelists, before the keynote speakers and the participants start to discuss, I would like to share my insights on the debate of digital transformation and sustainability when it comes to especially the role of digital transformation in climate change mitigation, right? Now, why I have chosen here to speak about this, because today present we have young participants, okay? This is my aim to incite you to undertake future research work and publications in that direction so that we can grapple with the effects of climate change, right? And after today's intervention, you will start thinking about what are the different ideas where you, as the youth of today, you can contribute immensely in building a sustainable environment, right? So we should start by saying that the public's awareness of sustainability and resilience, it has increased as a result of the global climate issue we are facing. So at this time, there is a growing demand on us, on governments, and on businesses as well to act so that we can create a more resilient and sustainable global community. But here, the integration of digital technologies, this has become a potent weapon in the fight that we are leading against climate change. So for me, I wish to transmit the information to convey the message to the youth of today about how you can start thinking about contributing to promote sustainable practices with, supply chain, electricity. Significant impact on these chains. So these occurrences, they may have an effect on the supply chain overall efficiency, as well as the accessibility of, for example, raw materials or items. So major manufacturing sectors were impacted by this, and this forced corporations to re-evaluate supply chain risk management. Okay, so in terms of when we have to think about the potential of digital transformation for climate change mitigation, so the way we mitigate climate change, this can be completely changed by digital transformation. The use of digital technologies, they can improve resource efficiency. They can enable us to make better informed decisions as the globe grows more interconnected. Data analytics, climate modeling, two important areas where digital transformation may support sustainable practices. So these tools, they can help us academics, if they can help you as the youth of today, they can help the policymakers to better understand and anticipate the effects of climate change. Right? So through the processing of massive volumes of data from multiple sources, so these tools can offer important insights into the evolving patterns of the climate and assist us in creating more focused and efficient mitigation plans. Another area I would like to discuss is where digital transformation can have a big influence is smart energy management. So by optimizing energy use across many industries, intelligent energy management system, they can lower greenhouse gas emission, they can increase energy efficiency. While we have IoT-enabled devices which provide real-time data on energy usage, helping business making more educated decisions about the energy consumption patterns, technologies like smart grids and microgrids so that we can assist balance energy supply and demand. This is because digital transformation provides increased visibility, traceability, and operational control. It can also assist firms in optimizing their supply chain, right? So digital technologies, they are very important in these critical elements we have just discussed. But, sorry, can you mute yourself? Right. However, we do have some challenges and opportunities as well when we are harnessing digital transformation. For example, can you please mute yourself? Right. So I was saying that although digital transformation, it presents encouraging prospect for mitigating climate change, so there are severe obstacles that need to be overcome to realize its promise. For example, what do we have to say about unequal access to digital technology, where we have billions of people who lack internet connection due to the digital divide? So it is time to overcome this inequality and encourage more inclusivity in the adoption of digital technologies, to guarantee that digital transformation contributes to global efforts to mitigate climate change. At the same time, governments, corporations, civil society organizations, they must all work together and coordinate their efforts so that we can mitigate the effects of climate change. Now, such cooperation, they can be facilitated by digital transformation. But in order to guarantee that they are used efficiently and ethically, it is crucial to like to end today by saying that is there a problem because am I audible, please?
Yes, ma'am, you are. Kindly request
Okay.
from delegates,
Okay, thank you.
please, and please mute yourself. Ma'am, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Right. So I would end by saying today that digital transformation offers significant opportunities for climate change mitigation. But for this to happen, it is time to foster innovation, invest in digital technologies, build awareness, strengthen global cooperation, and embrace a holistic approach. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful and inspiring speech. Thank you so much. Now, I'm calling the Mr. Michaela, Global Promotion Leader at Noble Learning PBC with the experience of leading more than 15 teams in 15 countries of the world. Sir, are you here? Michaela, sir? I think he isn't in the meeting. Now I request Professor Maruti TR. Sir, please, we should proceed with you, the president of the program. Sir, the floor is yours. Maruti, sir? Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Yeah, 1 minute. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Uh, Good afternoon to each one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, in fact, I'm indeed privileged and honored to be a part of this Model United Nations conference on green economy, green energy, and green job. When I requested Kadria to host this Model United Nations conference without any hesitation, she could give us an opportunity to hold this Model United Nations conference in collaboration with Saraswathi Law College, Chitradurga. Madam Kadria Hasimi, Institute of Legal and Policy Research, Afghanistan. Professor Madam Sudha Devi, Principal of esteemed Law College, Saraswati Law College, Chitradurga. Dr. N.D. Gowda and his friends, Madhava Bhavana, delegates, participants, invitees, academicians among the audience, above all, ladies and gentlemen. I am indeed, in fact, privileged and honored to be a part of this Model United Nations conference. which is being held on time. We could start on time. Of course, Model United Nations conferences are always held according to the time bound. This is what we have assembled here to understand certain world crisis. There are many conflicts in the world. It's very difficult to resolve them. Of course, you are a better judge what is right and what is wrong. There is a lot of scope for judging what is right and what is wrong. And in fact, what is right for me may not be right for you. What is good for me may not be right for you. So all these stories are there. However, there is a room for discussing all these issues. That's why we have assembled here to understand the world crisis as well. Even for a small thing, states are actually quarreling each other. Of course, how long we can keep these problems for a long time? It requires a lot of drill to understand the world crisis as well. Perhaps you may have gone through as many as world crisis. Take for an example, Yemen civil war, Syrian civil war, ongoing crisis between USSR and Ukraine, war in Chechnya, problems in Kosovo, the crisis between Palestine and Israel. Even for a small part, they are actually quarreling each other. Look at and understand the crisis between South Korea and North Korea. They're all actually ongoing. How would you overcome, and where exactly law will be helpful to overcome all these stories we have? Rather than just sharing on the basis of the green economy, green energy, and green jobs, I'm just requesting all the delegates of the today's function to explore yourself to understand the conflict resolution. Of course, there are many conflicts around the globe. It requires to have a resolution. So without understanding resolution, whatever you are going to say would be incomplete. This is what I'm just sharing with you. On the other hand, law developed after 1945 and before 1945. It varies. However, you might be finding some difficulties in understanding the UN and its half-century enactments. UN has done a commendable job with a view to restore or maintain international peace and security. We need peace. We don't want war. That's why peacekeeping operations have come in. They are within you to understand the classical crisis between states themselves. This is one thing I would like to share with you. On the other hand, when you are just dealing with the uh, curricular activities, of course, your ideologies should be very high with a view to understand the crisis as well. It means that you should have had the conflict resolution. Along with conflict resolution, you should have had risk management between states themselves. So without understanding risk management or conflict resolution, whatever you are going to say would be incomplete. This is what I'm just sharing with you. On the other hand, when you just look into the settlement mechanisms, when you are settling some disputes between states themselves, there are two segments we have. Perhaps many scholars may have known pacific settlement of disputes and coercive settlement of disputes between states themselves. When you have failed in understanding pacific settlement of disputes, obviously you will invite war of aggression or war or whatever it could be. There are many aggravated forms of settlement of disputes among the nations as well. My observation is very simple. When you are just sitting here to understand the world crisis, you should what shall I say, settle them according to the time in which you are finding war here. This is one thing I would like to share with you. On the other hand, of course, um, ICJ and ICC, they have been actually putting their efforts to interpret the international law. So based on lawmaking treaties under the treaty contracts as well. Just look into the Vienna Convention on Law Treaties 1969, wherein it has given you some inputs to understand what is all about the treaty making process or law making treaties as well. So how a treaty can be drafted how exactly a process shall be looked into with a view to understand the interpretation of the law as well. This is one thing I would like to share with you. On the other hand, kindly have a look on Article 38, Paragraph 1 of ICJ Charter 1946, wherein it has outspoken on sources of the international law. So, what are the sources of international? They could be formal or material, whatever you may be finding theoretically. But my observation is very simple. You have to apply international law practically rather than theoretically. Of course, there are series of theories have come in. They are within you to understand what is all about the public international law as well. So I'm just sharing all these examples. Look into the UN Charter 1945, wherein it has outspoken on the basis of application of the general principles of law recognized by civilized nations as well. So these are the specialized nations who could understand the basic principles of law in which they have been keep following since time memorial. This is one thing I would like to share with you. On the other hand, look into 30 years of war in Europe. It was nothing but a religious war. Entire Europe was battlefield. There was no scope for understanding whatever you are just sharing, like a green. It could be green economy, green energy, or a green job. We couldn't find all these in earlier days because most of the states were actually involved with the war crisis as well. And war was the best policy in earlier days. Now, after establishing UNO and its half-century enactments, you have to think about the peacekeeping operations among the nations as well. This is one thing I would like to share with you. You just look into Article 1 and 2 of the UN Charter 1945, wherein they have outspoken on purposes and principles of UNO and the principles of the UNO as well. So you have to understand all these traditional methods of the public international law. However, you may be finding some criticisms leveled against the application of public international law. So public international is one of the bases with a view to understand the local issues as well. This is what we have known on the basis of Bangalore Declaration 1988, wherein it has outspoken on transformation of international human rights law into the municipal law. So that's why the Bangalore Declaration came up with new approaches with a view to understand the transformative measures that could be helpful for the local people as well. Take for an example, the municipal or the national level issues can be resolved on the basis of application of the public international law as well. And as I have already been understood that international is actually supplementary, complementary, and residuary to the municipal law. It is actually supranational. This is what many scholars have already been outspoken. They could be open name, Schwarzenberger, Latter Patch, Bradley, Green, Gregg, and Banker Shock. Many people have already been outspoken on the application of international law at the local level as such. This is one thing I would like to share with you. When public international law is not conflicting with the municipal law, you can apply to fill the gaps. That's very important from the point of understanding the local issues as well. So in these perceptions, all these delegates in which you are sitting here to understand the classical aspects of the public international law, they could be on the basis of Reba. Tangible
लाइफ में कुछ भी करना
just dealing with the problem in the globe. if rather I would say the violations shall not be tolerated. Uh, Similarly, discriminations shall not be tolerated. So that's very important from the point of understanding the international justice as well. Why people are knocking the doors of judiciary? They need justice. They have not come here. Which law is supreme, whether municipal law is supreme or international law is supreme? None of them, none of their business as well. So you have to understand the synergy or chemistry between municipal law and the international law as well. So keeping in view of all these formalities or ethical notions among the nations, you have to clear some doubts between states themselves. It means that how exactly you are going to keep the same problem. It's very difficult. So you have to sit for a while and resolve the matter on time. I think that would be the best policy with a view to understand the world crisis as well. This one thing I would like to share before you all. And on the other hand, as long as you are just dealing with green economy, green then energy and all. So without understanding the environmental observations, whatever you are going to say would be incomplete. You have to give more stress on the preservation of human environment that could be looked on the basis of sustainable development goals, in which you have been actually witnessing now from 2015 to 30. We have had our own action plan at the international level as well. This is one thing. How exactly these goals are helpful to your countries? That's very important. How exactly these goals are helpful to local people? So that has to be called and looked into. You have to verify them. How, in what manner these goals are highly essential at the local level. Whether you are successful in understanding the sustainable development goals or not uh, has to be questioned in otherwise manner. Of course, there are as many as perennial, comprehensive, or extensive issues and challenges we have. Somewhere you have to stand and resolve the matter. Otherwise, it's very difficult to understand some of the issues and challenges of what shall I say, the green economy as such. And you know very well that green economy is an economic model that aims to reduce carbon emission, improve resources efficiency, and promote social equity. Equity has to be called and looked into. So in almost all the kinds of law, equity is actually um, sidelined. I agree with you. However, equity is one of the basis with you to understand the concept of justice. It could be either distributive justice or corrective of justice. This is what John Rawls in his theory of justice, in which he has outspoken with you to understand the concept as justice as well. And you know the fact that your law looks as if crude oil, whereas justice is actually refined oil, less cholesterol. I mean to say lesser triglycerides. So you have to understand what is all about justice as well. You are just sitting here to reach out justice, that to international justice as well. Of course, no matter when you are just dealing with the green economy, there are some features that shall not be forgotten while you are just understanding these. It focuses on reducing carbon emissions and pollution, aims to improve energy and resource efficiency, focuses on investment, employment, and skills, and aims to prevent the loss of biodiversity and ecosystem service as well. So when you have got more population, your Earth planet is going to become a smaller and smaller. That is what one should understand generally when you're just dealing with the biodiversity as such. In 1992, I remember there were two conventions concluded among the nations. One is on the International Convention on Protection of Biological Diversity in 1992 and UNFCCC, United Nations Framework on Climate Change, 1992. These are the two conventions which were concluded among the nations. Most of the countries, they could acknowledge and ratify them. And you know the fact that mere signatory to convention is not sufficient. You have to ratify international convention. That's one of the best policies as well. If you just look into Indian judicial system, of course, no matter, there is a common misconception prevailed in Indian judicial system to the effect that international covenants are not supposed to be enforceable unless and until you should have had, what shall I say, specific adoption. This is what Article 253 of the Constitution of India is actually well noted, with a view to understand the constitutional validity of public international law. So, keeping in of all these, of course, each state is a supreme in eye of law. I agree with you. It can pass any legislation, amend a legislation, and repeal any legislation. Such a kind of an autonomy has already been given to a state. They can decide whatever they want. I agree with them. Green economy, green energy, or green job, of course, your sovereignty can be reduced to the extent as well. This is what I would like to share with you. This one thing. On the other hand, states are not living alone. They are living with many countries. When they are living with other countries, they should know how to behave with somebody else. That's one of the major observations I have had when it comes to the knowledge of these issues in which you have taken into note of. This one thing. On the other hand, of course, green economy has got its own principles. Please look into the matter. Like we have well-being principle, justice principle, planetary boundaries principle, efficiency and sufficiency principle, the good governance principle. All these principles are actually well noted, and they are appreciated on the basis of OECD models. And you have come across with the WTO, WIPO. All in all, you have no matter. However, you should understand all these parameters based on many goals, sustainable development goals as well. This is one thing I would like to share with you. Especially 1960, 1970, there was an awareness among these developing countries could start, and developing countries started questioning developed countries, because as I have already been made clear, that violations shall not be tolerated, or discrimination shall not be tolerated. That's why, keeping in view of all these measures, in 1960 and 1970, new international economic order was coined. When new international economic order was coined, we took just 1 year to have some specific declarations or resolutions, which were actually passed by General Assembly and the Security Council as well. Now they are with you. You have to understand them traditionally. So, keeping in view of all these examples, the new millennium goals or sustainable development goals, all in all have come in. They are within you to understand the world economy as well. So, what is right to development? This is what Amartya Sen said long ago. Uh, right to development, which means it's an economic empowerment that has to be called and looked into. So, keeping all these examples, ECOSOC was actually initiated. Economic and Social Council was initiated with a view to understand well-being of people as well. It means that even in orientation program, I could refer in this way. Or you have to give voice to the voiceless, eyes to the eyesless, remedies to the remediless. That's our concern. We have to understand on the basis of the concept of the state responsibility as such. States should be protector of human rights. States shall not be a violator of human rights. That's what one could understand. Of course, no matter, in 2001, 5 special reporters of International Law Commission, they sat with many and started drafting draft articles on state responsibilities for international wrongful acts 2001. Now that draft articles on state responsibilities have come in, and they are within you. However, there are some criticisms leveled against these drafts. Some say that they are all actually soft laws, mild laws, which cannot be enforceable before the court of law. Being a student of law, especially public interest law. I can say that, in absence of hard legislations, then the soft law would prevail over the subject, because the moment when you are just deciding few disputes, you cannot say on the basis of soft law or a hard law as such. They should go hand in hand, as have already been known. So soft laws and hard laws are always based on the doctrine of equity. We need equity. Without understanding equity or fairness or justiciability, whatever you are going to say would be incomplete. So therefore, I'm just requesting all of you to take part in these traditional methods. So without understanding tradition, especially customary law, conventional law, general principles of law recognized by civilized nation, or juristic opinion, or opinio juris saeva necessitatis. So whatever you are going to say would be incomplete. So therefore, I'm just requesting all the delegates who are representing on behalf of your country should explore yourself and share your views, come out with a new, resolution that would be helpful to the statesmen at the international level to reach out the what shall I say, conflict resolution as well. So without conflict resolution, it's very difficult. In many platforms, I would refer conflict resolutions as well. Whether egg is first, hen is first, plant is first, seed is first, military necessity is first, humanity is first, men are first, women are first. I don't know, you don't know. However, there is a room for discussing all these issues. This is very, very important from the point of view of understanding the conflict resolution as well. And moreover, if rather I would say, the moment when you are just drafting resolutions, it should not be an artificial. An artificial life has to be condemned. An egoistic person will never because he has no human body as well. So keeping in of all these examples, so whenever you want to go for reaching out the conflict resolution, have a friendly relations. That's very important. All states should have had their own friendly relations based on, what shall I say, the national power as well. So national power shall not be something. Of course, it's something. I agree with you. However, we need to have techniques of balance of power among the nations. Without understanding techniques of balance of power among the nations, whatever you are going to say would be incomplete. With these a few aspects, I take this opportunity to thank each one of you for giving me an opportunity to share a few words about this event. Hope for the best. I expect good results from this Model United Nations conference. Hope to you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful and inspiring speech and also your comprehensive thoughts on the topic. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Now, I request
Professor,
Professor sorry, please mute yourself, delegates. Now, I request Professor to thoughts with us. Madam, the floor is yours. Ma'am, are you here? Sudha Devi, ma'am. I think mom is not in the meeting. Thank you so much for all guests that for sharing their thoughts and insightful speech with all of us. Now we are going to start the roll call for this Model United Nations on Youth Empowerment. I request Janvi ma'am to start. Before that, delegates, please change your profile picture as the flag of your country and your username as the name of the country you want to represent. Dear delegates, we will start the roll call after 5 minutes. And I request everyone to please inform the other delegates to join the session. We will start the roll call soon. Thank you so much.
Madam, could you please ask them to represent their respective countries?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, for sure. I request
Because
everyone, please change your username as the name of your country and also your profile as the flag of the country you want to represent.
Conference. So let's start with the roll call. Delegates and emotions on the floor. Delegates, I'm looking for a motion to commence committee. Delegates, I request all
Delegate
of you
of
to switch on.
United States of America would like to raise a motion to commence the committee.
In order, delegate. Okay. Let's start with the roll call. So we shall be calling out the country's name, and please say present or present and voting. Is it clear, delegates? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I request the rapporteur to please do the roll call. Okay, delegate. So, delegate of United Nations, United States of America.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Delegate of Bhutan. Just tell
Present, ma'am.
present or present voting. All right,
Present in
present
voting.
voting.
United States of America present in voting.
Yes. Okay, delegate. Delegate of Bhutan.
Present, ma'am.
Just a minute, delegates. I'll have to call the rapporteur. Just a minute.
Madam
Greetings
Rapporteur.
and
Yes,
Okay.
please proceed.
Thank you, rapporteur. Could roll call?
am I available, ma'am? Do you have my voice?
I'm sorry. Ms.
Yes, we
Rapporteur,
have.
can you hear? Yes, okay. Could you please call out the roll call?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Greetings, everyone. Okay. In the name of God, the most merciful, following discussions and with the permissions of the chair, we will now proceed to voting session. I will count the upcoming name of the delegates, and if you will agree, you say delegate, and you have the choice to say present or present voting. Okay. And I call your name 2 times. After that, if you do not answer me, we get you absent. Delegate of Afghanistan. Delegate of Afghanistan, present or present voting. Okay, maybe we don't have delegate of Afghanistan here. Delegate of Aljazair, present or present voting. Delegate of Aljazair, present or present voting. Delegate of Albania, present or present voting. Delegate of Albania, present. Or present voting. Okay.
I am present.
Delegate. Okay, present. And thank you. Delegate of Albania is present. Delegate of Andoria, present or present voting. Delegate of Andoria, present or present voting. Delegate of Anguilla, present or present voting.
Present, ma'am.
Delegate of... Okay. Delegate of Anguilla. Delegate of Antigua or Barbuda. Delegate of Argentine.
Present
Delegate
and voting,
of...
madam. Antigua and Barbuda, present and voting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Present of Delegate of Argentine. Delegate of Argentine. Delegate of Armanistan. Delegate of Armanistan. Delegate of Autriche. Delegate of Autriche. Delegate of Australia. Delegate of Australia. Delegate of Azerbaijan.
Ma'am,
Delegate of
Australia present and voting, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Delegate of Azerbaijan.
Delegate of Azerbaijan present and voting.
Okay, thank you. Delegate of Bahama. Delegate of Bahama. Delegate of Bahrain.
Present.
Present and voting. Delegate of Bahrain. Oh, sorry.
Okay,
Sorry.
no problem.
Delegate
Delegate of
Bahrain.
Bahrain. Okay, thank you. Delegate of Barbados. Delegate of Barbados. Delegate of Bangladesh. Delegate of Bangladesh. Delegate of Belarus. Delegate
Present
of
and voting.
Belarus.
Delegate of
Okay.
Belarus.
Okay. Delegate of Belize. Delegate of Belize. Delegate of Benin. Delegate of Benin. Delegate of Belgique. Delegate of Belgique. Yeah, delegate of Belgique. Delegate of Bhutan. Delegate of
Yes,
Bhutan.
ma'am. Present, ma'am. Present, madam.
Okay. Delegate of Bunsi and Hargozen. Delegate of Bunsi wa Hargozen. Delegate of Bostanwa. Delegate of Bostanwa. Delegate of Brazil. Delegate of Brazil. Delegate of Brunei. Delegate of Brunei. Delegate of Pakistan. Delegate of Pakistan. Delegate of Burkina Faso. Delegate of Burkina Faso. Delegate of Burundi. Delegate of Burundi. Delegate of Canada. Delegate of Canada. Delegate of Cabo Verde. Delegate of Cabo Verde. Delegate of Cambodia. Delegate of Cambodia. Delegate of Cameroon. Delegate of Cameroon. Delegate of Central African Republic. Delegate of Central African Republic. Delegate of China. Delegate of China. Delegate of Chile. Delegate of Chile. Delegate of Chad. Delegate of Chad. Delegate of Kumru. Delegate of Kumur. Delegate of Congo, Brazzaville. Delegate of Congo,
Delegate of Congo
Brazzaville.
Brazzaville present in voting.
Okay,
Delegate
thank
of
you so
Congo
much.
Brazzaville.
Mhm. Delegate of Costa Rica. Delegate of Costa Rica. Delegate
you for
of
your recognition,
Colombia.
Chair. Thank you for your
Delegate
recognition,
of
Chair.
Colombia
Delegate
present
of
and
Costa
voting.
Rica present and voting.
Delegate of Colombia present and voting.
Again repeating,
Okay,
Delegate of Costa Rica present and voting.
Delegate of Congo present and voting.
Got it. Thank you.
Delegate of Colombia
Del-
present and voting.
Okay. Delegate of Croatia. Delegate of Croatia. Delegate of Cuba. Delegate of Cuba. Delegate of Cyprus. Delegate of Cyprus. Delegate of Czech Republic. Delegate of Czech Republic. Delegate of Democratic Republic of Congo. Delegate of Congo. Delegate of Denmark. Delegate of Denmark. Delegate of Djibouti. Delegate of Djibouti. Delegate of Dominican. Delegate of Dominican. Delegate of Dominica. Delegate of Dominica. Delegate of Ecuador. Delegate of
Present.
Ecuador.
Present.
Okay. Okay. Delegate of Egypt. Delegate of Egypt. Delegate of El Salvador. Delegate of El Salvador. Delegate of Enquirement Gouda. Delegate of Enquirement Gouda. Delegate of Artura. Delegate of Artura. Delegate of Switzerland. Delegate of Switzerland. Delegate of Ethiopia. Delegate of Ethiopia. Delegate of Estonia. Delegate of Estonia. Delegate of Finland. Delegate of Finland. Delegate of Fiji. Delegate of Fiji. Delegate of French. Delegate of French. Delegate of Gabon. Delegate of Gabon. Delegate of Gambia. Delegate of Gambia. Delegate of Kyrgyzstan. Delegate of Kyrgyzstan. Delegate of Germany. Delegate of Germany. Delegate of Ghana. Delegate of Ghana. Delegate of Yunnan. Delegate of Yunnan. Delegate of Grenada. Delegate of Grenada.
Excuse me, ma'am. Delegate of Guyana present and voting.
Okay, no problem. Delegate of Guinea. Delegate of Guinea. Delegate of Guyana. Delegate of Guyana. Delegate of Honduras. Delegate of Honduras. Delegate of Majoristan. Delegate of Majoristan. Delegate of Iceland. Delegate of Iceland. Delegate of India. Delegate of India. Delegate of Indonesia. Delegate of Indonesia. Delegate of Iran. Delegate of Iran. Delegate of Iraq. Delegate of Iraq. Delegate of Ireland. Delegate of Ireland. Delegate of Israel. delegate of Israel, delegate of Italy, delegate of Italy, delegate of Japan, delegate of Japan, delegate of Kazakhstan, delegate of Kazakhstan,
Delegate of
delegate of,
Kazakhstan is present and voting.
okay, thank you. Delegate of Kenya, delegate of Kenya, delegate of Kuwait, delegate of Kuwait.
Delegate of Kuwait present and voting.
Hello.
Delegate
Okay,
of
thank
Kuwait
you.
present and voting.
Yeah, I take it.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Mhm.
Hello.
Yes.
Madam, delegate of Kenya is present and voting.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hello, excuse
Delegate
me.
of, yes.
Delegate of Jordan, present and voting.
Okay.
Delegate
Delegate
of
of
Kuwait,
Kyrgyz.
Delegate of Kuwait present and voting, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, that was your turn. Delegate of Kyrgyzstan. Delegate of Kyrgyzstan.
Delegate of
Delegate of
Kazakhstan is
Lebanon.
present and voting, ma'am.
Okay. Delegate of Lebanon. Delegate of Lebanon.
Ma'am, delegate of Kiribati present and voting.
Okay. Delegate of Malaysia. Delegate of Malaysia. Delegate of Malaysia. Delegate of Malaysia. Delegate of Mallet. Delegate of Mallet. Delegate of Mauritania. Delegate of Mauritania. Delegate of Maurice. Delegate of Maurice. Delegate of Mexico. Delegate of Mexico.
Hello,
Delegate
madam.
of Magnosi.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, delegate of
Yes.
Libya.
Chapter cut
Delegate of Libya present and voting.
interest ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕಟ್ಟಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಎಷ್ಟು
Okay.
You did not
Please
see.
mute yourself. I noted.
Ma'am, I think you missed.
ಅದೇ ಕೆಲಸ ನನಗೆ SMS charges.
Jordan, please mute yourself. Mute your mic. Mute.
Yeah, you missed to
And
call Libya.
okay, thank you so much. Delegate of Lithuania. Delegate of Luxembourg. Delegate of Luxembourg. Delegate of Lithuania. Delegate of Madagascar. Delegate of Madagascar.
Present and
Delegate of
voting,
Malawi.
ma'am. Delegate of Madagascar
Okay.
present and voting.
Okay. Delegate of Malawi. Delegate of Malaysia. Delegate of Malaysia. Delegate of Malaysia. Delegate of Malaysia. Delegate of Mali. Delegate of Mali. Delegate of Mallet. Delegate of Mallet. Delegate of Marshall Islands. Delegate of Marshall Islands. Delegate of Mauritania. Delegate of Mauritania. Delegate of Maurice. Delegate of Maurice. Delegate of Mexico. Delegate of Mexico. Delegate of Macnunzi. Delegate of Macnunzi. Delegate of Monaco. Delegate of Monaco. Delegate of Maglustan. Delegate of Maglusa. Delegate of Montenegro. Delegate of Montenegro. Delegate of Marrakesh. Delegate of Marrakesh. Delegate of Mozambique. Delegate of Mozambique. Delegate of Myanmar. Delegate of Myanmar. Delegate of Namibia. Delegate of Namibia. Delegate of Naur. Delegate of Naur. Delegate of Nepal. Delegate of Nepal. Delegate of Netherlands. Delegate of Netherlands. Delegate of New Zealand. Delegate of New Zealand.
Delegate of New Zealand present and voting.
Okay, thank you. Noted. Delegate of Nicaragua. Delegate of Nicaragua. Delegate of Niger. Delegate of Niger. Delegate of Nigeria. Delegate of Nigeria. Delegate of North Korea. Delegate of North Korea, delegate of North Macedonia, delegate of North Macedonia, delegate of Norway, delegate of Norway, delegate of Oman, delegate of Oman, delegate of Pakistan, delegate of Pakistan, delegate of Palau, delegate of Palau, delegate of Panama, delegate of Panama, delegate of Paya Agunano, delegate of Paya Agunano, delegate
Answer
of
cut ಆಯ್ತು
Morocco,
17 ರೂಪಾಯಿ.
delegate of Pro, delegate of Plo,
ಎಷ್ಟು ದುಡ್ಡು ನೋಡಿ.
delegate of Philippines,
ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ರು ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ ಇದ್ದ 17
delegate of
ರೂಪಾಯಿ.
Philippines, delegate of Poland, delegate of Poland,
2 ಕೋಟಿ ಜನ
Thank you, Rapporteur. So now there was a lot of procedural aspect. Now let's dive into our debate part. So the floor is open for GSLs. Delegates who are willing to start with the GSL, please raise your hand.
Delegate of Scotland. Present and voting.
I
Excuse
didn't
me,
get you the delegate
see-
certificate.
Excuse me, ma'am. Holy says presenting and voting, ma'am.
Could you come again, delegate?
Ma'am, delegate of Scotland present and voting, ma'am. Ma'am,
Present
Holy
and
say
voting, yes.
delegate Holy say and present and voting, ma'am.
Delegate from
Vatican City, present and voting.
Ma'am, delegate of Sri Lanka present and voting.
Delegate of Sweden present and voting, ma'am.
Okay. Rapidly shall be making note of those. Were your names called our delegates?
Actually, it was not yet completed. I think there is some
Yes, ma'am.
network issue or something, so she was still going on.
Okay, got it, delegate. I shall consult with the rapporteur. Just a minute.
Okay, now I'm available. Delegates, stay hold on. I will call your name, okay? You're not end of this. Delegate of Philippines, delegate of Philippines, delegate of Laheston, delegate of Laheston, delegate of Portugal, delegate of Portugal, delegate of Russia, delegate of Russia, delegate of Rwanda, delegate of Rwanda, delegate of St. Kitts News, delegate of St. Kitts News, delegate of St. Lucia, delegate of St. Lucia, delegate of St. Vincent Grenada, delegate of St. Vincent Grenada, delegate of Samoa, delegate of Samoa, delegate of San Marino, delegate of San Marino, delegate of the Ottoman Principe, delegate of Samoa Principe, delegate of Saudi Arabia, delegate of Saudi Arabia, delegate of Senegal, delegate of Senegal, delegate of Cyprustan, delegate of Cyprustan, delegate of Seychelles, delegate of Seychelles, delegate of Sri Lanka, delegate of Sri Lanka, delegate of
Delegate of Sri
Singapore.
Lanka, delegate of Sri Lanka present and vote.
Okay.
Delegate of
Delegate of
Scotland present
Eswatini.
and voting. Ma'am, delegate of Scotland present and voting.
Okay, got it. Delegate of Estonia, delegate of Estonia, delegate of Solomon Islands, delegate of Solomon Islands, delegate of Somalia, see, delegate of South Africa, delegate of South Africa, delegate of South Korea, delegate of South Korea, delegate of South Sudan, delegate of South Sudan, delegate of Spain, delegate of Spain, delegate of Sri Lanka, delegate of Sri Lanka.
Present and voting.
Okay. Delegate of Sudan. Delegate of Sudan.
Delegate of
of
Sweden
Suriname.
present in voting.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah.
Delegate of Sudan.
Am I audible? Delegate of Sweden present in voting.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಸಾಂಬಾರ್ ತೋರ್ಸಿದಿರ್ಲ ಆತರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದಾ?
Okay.
ಕಾಯಿ ತುರಿ
Delegate
ಎಲ್ಲ
of
ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ತಿನ್ಬೋದು.
Syria. Delegate of Syria. Delegate of Taiwan. Delegate of Taiwan. Delegate of Tajikistan. Delegate of Tajikistan. Delegate of Thailand. Delegate of Thailand. Delegate of Timor-Leste.
Present and voting, ma'am. Delegate of Kazakhstan is present and voting, ma'am.
Okay, it's got it. Thank you. Delegate of Togo. Delegate of Togo. Delegate of Tonga.
Delegate of Togo present.
Okay, delegate of Togo is present. Thank you. Delegate of Tonga. Delegate of Tonga. Delegate of Trinidad, Tobago. Delegate of Trinidad and Tobago. Delegate of Tunis. Delegate of Tunis. Delegate of Turkey. Delegate of Turkey. Delegate of Turkmenistan. Delegate of Turkmenistan. Delegate of Tuvalu. Delegate of Tuvalu. Delegate of Uganda. Delegate of Uganda. Delegate of Ukraine. Delegate of Ukraine. Delegate of United Arab Emirates. Delegate of United Arab Emirates. Delegate of United Kingdom. Delegate of United Kingdom. Delegate of United Republic of Tanzania. Delegate of United Republic of Tanzania. Delegate of United States of America. Delegate of
United States of America present in voting.
Okay, take it. Thank you. Noted. Delegate of Organia. Delegate of Organia. Delegate of Uzbekistan. Delegate of Uzbekistan. Delegate of Vanuatu. Delegate of Vanuatu. Delegate of Vatican. Delegate of Vatican. Delegate of Wanzolo.
Delegate of Vatican present and voting.
Okay, thank you. Delegate of Vietnam. Delegate of Vietnam. Delegate of Yemen. Delegate of Yemen. Delegate of Zambia. Delegate of Zambia. And the last one, delegate of Zambia. Delegate of Zambia.
Excuse me, madam. Madam did not mention about the delegates of Bhutan, ma'am.
Sorry, which delegate?
Bhutan. Delegates from Bhutan.
Okay, I think I mentioned it earlier, but I think he was absent.
Sorry.
Okay, delegate of Bhutan. May I know your vote?
Voting, madam.
Okay. Anyone delegate is left?
Ma'am, did you
And
ask
delegate of
delegate of
Bulgaria.
Libya?
Yeah, I call your name, but
delegate of
if you
Bulgaria
didn't
present and
receive it,
voting.
maybe. Okay, thank you. Kindly, if some delegates are left, raise your hand. Definitely, I'll choose you. Actually, I'll read all of your name, but maybe some of you will be absent and couldn't vote in here.
Hello. Hello, ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am. Delegates of Holy is present and voting, ma'am.
Okay, noted. Thank you. Anyone, another delegate?
Delegate of Libya present in voting.
Yeah, I noted that. Thank you.
Madam, have you noted delegate of
Sorry for
Kenya?
distracting.
Hello.
Sorry, delegates. Please write on chat box. Okay. Who's are presenting
Hello.
and remaining, please write in chat box. Madam Chair, you can proceed.
Hello, ma'am. Have you mentioned, have you remarked the delegate of Kenya or not?
Could you please look into that?
Hello.
Yes, delegate.
I'm delegate of Kenya. Isn't she marked or not?
I should just connect with her and ask you about that. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, you've been marked.
Hello.
Yes, delegate.
Madam, just I'm confirming whether delegate of Kenya is marked or not.
Delegate,
Yeah,
I shall.
delegate of Sorry,
Hello.
Chair, for interruption.
No,
Delegate
Rapita,
of Kenya
please
is not
Uh,
Yeah, I call your name, but I think he was absent.
Ma'am,
delegate
delegate of
is
Scotland is
present.
marked, ma'am.
Delegated of
Ma'am,
UK.
Sorry for interruptions. Those who delegates they're not voting, kindly write it down on chat box, okay?
Yes,
Now,
delegate.
Ma'am Chair, you may proceed. Sorry for interruption.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rapita. So, if you all have any more queries about if you're marked present or present and voting, please drop it down in the chat box. So now let's proceed to the main part of our conference. So the floor is open for GSL. Delegates who wish to speak in the GSL, please lift your hand, raise your hand.
Ma'am, the delegate of Republic of Kazakhstan motions to establish GSL and to enter formal debate, ma'am.
Okay. Please drop down your country's name in the chat box. I shall be writing it down.
Sorry, can I speak?
Delegate, which is your country?
I'm from Afghanistan. I just want to mention that. Did you guys mention the advisor's name?
Let's. Okay. I shall be calling out the names of the delegate who shall be speaking in the GSL. First being delegate of Kazakhstan, delegate of New Zealand,
yes, ma'am.
delegate of Bhutan, delegate of Congo, delegate of Madagascar. Delegates, please drop down your names if you're interested in talking in the GSL. Delegate of Sweden, delegate of USA, delegate of Togo, and delegate of Albania. Have I left out any delegate's name? Okay, delegate of Bulgaria, delegate of Sri Lanka. Delegates, let's start with the GSL. If you want to speak, continue speaking in the. We have model caucus too, so don't worry about it. So, delegate of Kazakhstan, are you ready to start your speech?
Yes.
Okay, you shall be giving 1 minute.
Executive board.
The time
Shall I
starts
begin
now.
now? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the executive board for the recognition. To the submission of the CP, the delegate of Republic of Kazakhstan motion to establish GSL. And the Kazakhstan green economy transition relies on the youth involvement as it has 6.5 million youth populations. And Kazakhstan aims to increase the share of alternative energy sources such as solar, wind, and hydropower to the 50% of its electricity production by the year 2050. And it has made a national plan of 100 concrete steps and has taken budgetary measures on tax in the year 2018, reducing taxes on renewable energy. And youth can get job opportunities in sectors like renewable energy and sustainable infrastructure and aims to mobilizing investments for low carbon projects which promotes green technology. The jobs like ecogeologists, environmental health safety engineers, green economy consultants, wind turbine technicians. So all these kind of jobs aims to promote the role of youth in promotion of green energy, which is the core principle to establish the main core principle of the renewable energy of the and establishment of this green project. And I firmly believe that our youth hold key to unlocking the green sustainable future, and I hope we came to a good conclusion regarding the same through this conference. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, delegate. Yes, before we move on, I shall be asking participants who have not been assigned any countries. Are you present here? Could you please raise your hand? Okay. Are you willing to take up a country that has not been present here today? Delhi participant?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Okay. I shall be texting you your country's assigned country. Is that all right?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Rapporteur, Ms. Rapporteur, could you please look into that? Okay. Thank you. Moving on. Delegate of New Zealand, the floor is yours.
Respected Chair,
Excuse me,
esteemed
ma'am.
delegates, New Zealand is widely pursued as a clean and green country, but certain areas face environmental challenges like agriculture pollution, air pollution, water quality issues. Its economy heavily relies on its natural environment, including agricultural tourism, electricity generation, which are vulnerable to climate change. Youth now concerned about climate change and taking actions like adopting renewable energy sources, like use of hydro, solar, wind, geothermal power, achieving zero carbon economy, reducing waste through recycling, participating projects like designing electric vehicle, advocating for sustainable energy practices, ecotourism, groups like Keep New Zealand Beautiful, Young Reporters for Environment, youth organizing protests like Maori King movement called as the Kingitanga movement to stop sale of lands, school strikes for climate, they demand zero carbon and exploration of the fossil fuel, Fridays for Future, they demand to reduce emission from agriculture. Today, there are more than 150 schools with over 75,000 young people involved in planning, designing, and creating sustainable schools around the country. Graduates with the green economy focusing on green jobs in sectors like sustainable tourism, environmental consulting firms, electric vehicle manufacturing. The role of youth is paramount, but still require a society-wide embrace of new vision for green economy of the New Zealand. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Delegate.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm Congo Brazzaville. I
Okay.
had POI against Kazakhstan and New Zealand. So when are we supposed to raise them?
I shall be opening the floor for POIs. You can raise it then.
Okay, ma'am.
Now you can send it through via chat. That is, you can text me directly. I shall be sending it to the delegate. You can put it in the chat, the group chat. Yeah. Okay, got it. Thank you, delegate. So next is delegate of Bhutan. I can see that 8 participants have raised your hands. Can I know why?
No, I just want to put my name in JSL, but I completed.
Yeah, we shall see if we can extend the GSL.
Yes, even for
But
me
for
too.
till then. Okay, after we exhaust the participants on the list, then we shall proceed with that.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Is that all right? Yes. Yeah. Okay, delegate of Bhutan, you have the floor for 1 minute. Delegate of Bhutan. Delegate, am I?
Yes, you are audible.
Delegate of Bhutan, the floor is yours for GS. Do you wish to talk? Okay. Permission. Yes. Delegate of Bhutan, if you are not speaking, we shall have to move to the next. Okay. Moving to the next delegate on the list.
Am I
Delegate
audible?
Yes, delegate of Bhutan.
From Congo.
Congo, okay. Delegate of Congo, please proceed.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, and distinguished guests, good afternoon to you all. Today we gather to discuss an issue that will define our future, the role of youth in the green economy, green energy, green jobs, and green transition. The Republic of Congo firmly believes that sustainable development is not a choice but a necessity. As a nation rich in natural resources and home to the second largest rainforest in the world, we recognize both our responsibility and our challenges in this transition. Our economy is still heavily dependent on fossil fuels, with oil accounting for nearly 80% of our exports. Meanwhile, youth unemployment remains a pressing concern, leaving many young people without access to sustainable livelihoods in our country. But we refuse to be left behind. Congo is taking bold steps to create a greener future by investing in renewable energy, creating green jobs, strengthening global cooperation, conserving rainforests. However, we cannot do this all alone. Africa, despite contributing less than 4% of global emissions, faces the harshest climate impacts. We all upon the global community to prioritize climate justice by ensuring financial aid, green investments, and access to clean technologies for African nations. The youth of today are not just the leaders of tomorrow, they are the change makers of today. Their energy, innovation, and vision must be harnessed to drive the green transition forward.
Thank you, delegate. Your time is up. That was a really good speech. So moving on, delegate of Madagascar. Delegate of Madagascar.
Very good afternoon, Chair and all dignitaries and my dear delegates present here. We all know that Madagascar has one of the highest poverty rates in the world, that is almost 75%. 80% of the population is living below the international poverty line, and the bare thing of generating any kind of revenue is mining and tourist place. It is very difficult to generate green income in the country which is very less in producing resources in any kind. Madagascar is also home for rainforest, dry forest, and also contrary to plateaus and deserts. As we can see that it is very less to generate any green income or green economy, green jobs. It is very difficult, and Madagascar might not. Madagascar may need help of international United Nations organizations for creating green jobs and green transitions. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We have network issues. Okay. So coming to where were we? Delegate of Madagascar, I have taken down your speech. Moving on, delegate of Sweden. Delegate of Sweden, are you here?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You have 1 minute. You may proceed.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Sweden is not just transitioning to a green economy, we are redefining its architecture. As a nation that has decoupled the economic growth from carbon emission, we recognize that the sustainability is not an aspiration but a strategic imperative. Our energy grid is over 98% fossil free. Is there anything? Am I audible, ma'am?
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Our energy grid is over 98% of fossil free, and we led the European Union in climate neutrality policy. However, the missing link in the global effort is the mobilization of the youth behind the rhetoric. We must move beyond the token participation and institutionalize the youth-driven policy making. Sweden would like to propose a global green youth investment fund, fostering a cross-border financing for climate tech startups led by the young innovator. Additionally, we advocate for an international framework to integrate a sustainability education into all academic discipline, ensuring green skills are embedded at every level. The green transition is not about the adoption, it is all about the revolution. The delegate of the Sweden would like to conclude that saying the question is no longer whether the future will be green, but who will shape it. The Sweden is ready. Are you all? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of USA. Your time starts now. Delegate of USA. United States of America. Is the delegate audible for those? Okay, see no response. Delegate of Tongo.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, and distinguished guests, I am honored to represent the Togolese Republic in this critical discussion on the role of youth in green economy, green energy, green jobs, and green transition. Togo, like many developing nations, stands at a crossroads. On one hand, we face economic challenges and climate vulnerabilities. On the other, we have an incredible opportunity, our youth. With over 60% of our population under the age of 25, the youth of Togo are not just the future, they are the present force for change. Recognizing this, Togo has taken significant steps towards renewable energy and sustainability. The Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed solar power plant, one of the largest in West Africa, is a testament to our commitment. However, we must go further. Access to green jobs, education, and international funding remains crucial. Without proper investment, the potential of our youth in driving this transition will remain untapped. As the representative of Togo, I propose three key areas of action. The first one, investment in green education and training. The UN must support skill development programs to empower young entrepreneurs and professionals in the green sector. The second one, increase international funding for renewable energy in developing nations. A dedicated UN Green Youth Fund can help countries like Togo expand their renewable infrastructure while creating employment opportunities. The third one would be that stronger global partnerships for technological transfer. Advanced nations should share technologies with developing nations to ensure equitable transition. Delegates, the transition to a green economy is not just an environmental necessity, it is economic opportunity. If we fail to equip our youth with the right resources, we risk delaying progress for generations. Togo calls upon this esteemed assembly to recognize that the youth are not just participants but leaders in this movement. Together, let us ensure that they have the tools, knowledge, and support to lead the green transition. Thank you.
Delegate, your time is up. Yeah. Delegate of Albania.
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Okay. Good afternoon, law students, professors, and honored guests. My name is Mohit, representing from RL Law College, Davangere. Albania is making significant strides in green energy, particularly in hydropower, solar, and wind energy. The country aims to increase its renewable energy production with a focus of diversifying its energy sources. Hydropower, when it comes to an hydropower, Albania is the largest producer of hydropower in the world by percentage, with 98% of its electricity generated from hydropower in 2022. When it comes to the solar energy, Albania has the immense potential for solar energy with 2,100 to 2,700 hours of sunshine per year. When it comes to the wind energy, Albania has the excellent wind conditions, particularly in the coastal lowlands and mountains. There are some challenges and opportunities. Albania faces challenges in increasing its renewable energy production, including reliance on hydropower, intermittency, and grid integration. Albania has implemented policies and regulations to promote renewable energy, including feed-in tariffs, net metering, and tax exemptions. The country has also set renewable energy target as of its commitment to the European Union and its efforts to enhance sustainability. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Delegate. I have a request from now on. Speakers, please turn on your camera while speaking. Moving on, Delegate of Bulgaria.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon to the chair, the host, and all my fellow delegates. I am presenting Bulgaria for the promotion of green energy, economy, job, and mainly green transition. Bulgaria, as a member of European Union, is committed to sustainable development, transitioning towards a greener economy. The country recognizes the role of youth in addressing climate change, promoting renewable energy. As a part of European Green Deal, Bulgaria is working towards achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. The country is also aligning its policies with EU regulations and reducing emissions and increasing the use of renewable energy by the use of biomass, especially for heating and cooling renewable energies, and also using hydrogen, which is produced for wind and solar electricity. Bulgaria is also investing in wind, solar, hydro, and biomass energy projects, which already accounts for 20% of its total energy consumption, and it also aims to increase the share of renewable energy in its heating and cooling, electricity and transport sectors by 34% by 2030. Bulgaria's National Recovery and Resilience Plan also includes financial support for green startups and youth empowerment in sustainability-related fields. In January 2024, Bulgarian government amended its environmental legislation to impose stricter fines and violations, to showing its commitment to polluter pays principle. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Like the speaker to switch on their camera. Delegate of Sri Lanka. Delegate of Sri Lanka. Delegate of Sri Lanka. Okay, moving on. So we can see that the GSL is exhausted. We shall come back to the GSL. So don't worry,
Yes,
delegates.
ma'am. A delegation of Antigua and Barbuda moves for delegation. Sorry, GSL.
We shall move on to GSL in a while. Can we take a pause on that and go into moderate caucus?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any motions on the floor for moderate caucus? As in any specific topic that the delegates would like to speak, you may bring it up in the form of
Honorable Chair,
a motion.
the delegate of Antigua and Barbuda would like to propose a moderated caucus on the topic of leveraging AI and technology to enhance youth participation in the green economy, with a total duration of 20 minutes and speaking time of 45 seconds to 1 minute per delegate.
In order, delegate. So let's move on to voting. In support, please raise your hand. Delegates who are in support of the motion, please raise your hand. Yes, 14 votes. Against the motion? You may lower your hands for, yeah. Against the motion? 1, 2. Okay. 8 votes we have got against. Okay. Because of majority vote, the motion passes. Let's move on to a model caucus on the topic raised by Antigua and Barbuda on leveraging AI for youth empowerment. I would request the delegate to repeat their agenda motion once more, so that all the delegates get a clear.
The subtopic is leveraging AI and technology to enhance youth participation in the green economy.
Thank you, delegate. So, delegates who wants to talk in the model caucus, please raise your hand. Antigua, do you want to speak the beginning, or do you want to reserve your right for the end?
Yeah, madam, I would like to begin ma'am.
Okay, just a minute.
Sorry to interrupt in between, ma'am. Can I get that motion again, like agenda?
Congo, the delegate of Congo, the topic is leveraging AI and technology to enhance youth participation in the green economy.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah.
The delegates who wish to speak, please raise your hands.
Delegate of New Zealand would like to raise a motion to suspend formal session and enter into a moderated caucus. Subtopic is youth are involving in a green energy.
Delegate New Zealand.
Yes, subtopic is youth involving in the green energy.
Just a minute, delegate of New Zealand. We already have a motion in order, so we shall be continuing with that, and we shall come back to you later.
Okay,
because the been passed. Okay. So coming to
Madam,
drop down your
motion to move 2 minutes per delegate, ma'am, for the topic, subtopic. Speaking time per delegate, 2 minutes. Can it be done?
We have, as the delegate of Antigua's asked, for 2 minutes and 1 minute per speaker. That has been in order. So, do you want to vote upon it again? I think we can stick to 1 minute and then, proceed on more different topics. Won't that be better?
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Okay. Okay, chair.
Okay, got it. So, yeah.
Can I begin?
Just a minute. Let's establish an order of delegates who want to speak.
Okay.
Coming Antigua, Barbuda first, Congo, then being Kazakhstan, New Zealand, Albania, Sweden, Bahamas, Congo, and Vatican City. We have 8 participants, 2 more. Okay, let's begin, delegates.
If you want to add your names to the list, please drop in your country's name. Delegate of Antigue, please begin.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, Antigua and Barbuda recognize that the global green transition is not just an environmental necessity, it is an economic revolution, one that must be led by the youth of today. We believe that empowering youth in the green economy requires a three-pronged approach: education, employment, and entrepreneurship. Firstly, education must be the foundation of green job creation. Antigua and Barbuda has integrated climate resilience training into our national curriculum and has launched specialized internship programs that train young professionals in solar and wind energy technologies. Additionally, AI-driven learning platforms can revolutionize environmental education, offering interactive simulations on climate impact and renewable energy management. We urge nations here to adopt similar models. Secondly, employment opportunities must be accessible. The greatest challenge for young people is not just learning about green jobs, but securing them. Our government has partnered with local industries, tourism businesses, and agricultural sectors to create job pipelines for youth in sustainable industries. However, we recognize that technology can further bridge this gap. AI-powered job matching platforms can connect young professionals with employers in the green sector, ensuring better workforce integration. Thirdly, entrepreneurship must be nurtured. Our country has taken significant steps in fostering youth-led innovation, particularly in the blue economy. Through initiatives like the Blue Economy Incubator, young entrepreneurs receive funding and mentorship to establish sustainable fisheries, ecotourism ventures, and renewable energy startups. AI-driven climate analytics tools can help startups to optimize resource use, predict market trends, and improve environmental impact assessments. Delegates, the time for action is now. The success of the green economy depends not just on policies written by governments, but on the ideas, innovations, and leadership of young people. Antigua and Barbuda stands committed to empowering youth, but we cannot do this alone. We urge the global community to support concrete programs that provide youth with the skills, jobs, and funding they need to take charge of the future, leveraging AI to maximum impact and inclusivity. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Solutions, really good made speech. Moving on, Delegate of Congo.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, AI and technology are transforming how youth contribute to the green economy. AI-driven climate modeling helps predict environmental changes, enabling better policy decisions. Smart grids and IoT solutions optimize renewable energy use, making sustainable power more accessible as well. Additionally, digital platforms and online education empower young innovators by providing skills in green technology, sustainable agriculture, and eco-friendly business models. To maximize this impact, we must invest in AI-driven green startups, support tech-based sustainability initiatives, and ensure youth have access to these tools globally. The Republic of Congo urges international cooperation to integrate AI into green policies, ensuring a future where technology and sustainability go hand in hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Well, time speech. So moving on, Delegate of Kazakhstan.
Thank
Delegate
you
of
for the Honorable Executive Board for, as the delegate of Albania has quoted, AI is basically as an algorithm has many benefits, including in the sustainability as well as in using of green technology. The factors such as weather broadcasting and the sensor which can be made in solar panels and the carbon capture processes which convert the CO2 which can harm our environment into a renewable energy source. This AI technology will help to monitor the wind turbines and solar panels to predict maintenance needs, which reduces downtime and increasing the energy and products. The sustainable transportation is also another point in which AI can be used. They can optimize routes and schedules for electric vehicles, reducing energy consumption and emissions. So this algorithm predicts what is true and what needs to be done. Instead of wasting the renewable and non-renewable energy sources, AI can be used in such a way that it can benefit the whole thing, which requires less time and less energy, and it brings benefit. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, fellow delegates.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of New Zealand.
Respected chair, esteemed delegates, New Zealand's youth are engaging with green energy like climate activism. Youth-led projects participating in projects and demonstrations to raise awareness about climate change and need for actions on renewable energy. Community-based projects like rooftop solar installations, energy-efficient audits in school, educational workshops on use of wind, solar, geothermal power, use of electric vehicles, advocacy campaigns lobbying like government officials to implement policies promoting green energy, such as carbon pricing. School initiatives like organizing school-led projects on energy conservation, integrating sustainability and renewable energy, planting more trees, digital engagement such as utilizing social media platform to spread awareness about green energy, connect with other environmental conscious group, etc. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Albania.
Albania, I have already.
Delegate, I couldn't hear you.
Ma'am,
Could you come again? Yes.
Albania, about Albania.
Mm-hmm. You did raise your hand for the murder caucus speech.
Pardon?
Do you want to speak Albania on the topic?
Okay.
I did write your name down because your hand was raised.
Okay. Now,
If you, do you want to speak at the end?
yeah.
Okay, got it. Delegate of Sweden.
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Sweden firmly believes that AI and emerging technology are key driver of the green transition. In Sweden, AI optimizes the green efficiency, predict renewable energy output, and enhance the sustainable urban planning. By integrating the AI into agriculture, transportation, and energy management, we can reduce the emission and promote the green jobs. However, AI adoption must be inclusive. We advocate for the global cooperation in sharing AI driven green technology and training the programs, ensuring that all nations, being regardless of economic status, can benefit. Let us sound the AI not just as a tool but as a catalyst for a really truly global green economy. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. So, delegate of Bahamas. Delegate of Bahamas.
Today. Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Yeah, as said by my delegate of Antigua and Barbuda, I agree with the topic that AI can really enhance the role of youth involvement in the green.
Delegate, sorry to interrupt. Could you please be louder?
Am I audible now?
Yes, delegate. Yeah, proceed.
Yeah. So, as presented by the delegate of Antigua and Barbuda, I agree with the topic that the artificial intelligence and the emerging technology can really enhance the economy, that is the green economy, and help in the sustainable development of the country. Yeah, AI can not just be a tool, but can be a major impact on the major instrument for the change in the green economy. As youth are mainly focusing on the use of AI and other emerging technologies, it can be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Delegates, could you please switch on your camera while speaking? Because we'll have a more better connection, and whatever you're trying to speak will actually reach all the delegates. That's why I'm emphasizing on that. Moving on,
Yeah,
delegate
sure.
of Tongo. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, but I'm having
Delegate of Congo.
problem in switching on the camera. Hello?
Okay. All right, delegate. Move on. Proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, Togo acknowledges the growing role of AI in the green economy but urges caution in its over-reliance. While AI can optimize energy use and enhance efficiency, many developing nations, including ours, lack the infrastructure, digital literacy, and financial resources for widespread adoption. Over-prioritizing AI risks deepening the gap between developed and developing countries, leaving many young people behind. Instead, we must first invest in education, vocational training, and direct youth participation in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and environmental innovation. AI should serve as a tool to complement human-driven efforts, not replace them. Togo calls for balanced policies that ensure inclusivity and accessibility in the green transition. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Now we have delegate of Vatican City. Before we move on, do we have any POIs on the floor? Delegates? Any point of information on the floor? Okay, seeing none. Delegate of Vatican City.
Yes.
Yes, please proceed.
There's a small issue with the network. I need another minute or so. I'll just be back.
Sure, okay. Then I shall move on to the next delegate. You may speak later. Okay. Delegate of Madagascar.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and fellow delegates for the recognition. AI is a catalyst, as one of our fellow delegates mentioned earlier. AI helps more in countries like Madagascar, which is already recognized as underdeveloped countries. We rather choose AI behalf of manpower because it helps us in cost cutting in many ways. It also regulates energy use. It also helps us managing renewable energy. AI will also regulate the reduction of the carbon footprints. We all know that AI is capable of doing anything in the present days. It also helps countries like Madagascar, which I already said that it is an underdeveloped country. It also helps us in smart agriculture. The important thing and the application of the artificial intelligence is we can educate youth regarding the skills of green skills, and this also helps us in green economy. As I mentioned, a fellow delegate mentioned that AI acts as a catalyst in the green transition, fostering sustainable industries, creating green jobs, and strengthen the country's green economy. However, responsible AI should use, because the AI is also dangerous, I should mention. The AI should be used in an ethical way rather than a beneficiary way. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you, delegate. We have delegate of Afghanistan.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, delegate.
Okay. I want to talk about AI technology, empowering Afghan youth to participate in the green energy and economy can be the game of changers. It will be it will be development for our youth people, and also we can say that foster a new generation of green leaders. And in this second part, we can say that create the green job opportunities and also reducing the unemployment and promoting economic growth, and also enhance the environment and education among young people. And also, young people can be really effect like in our country. Like AI also can help us in the energy resources like solar and power, uh, and technology can empower our generations of Afghanistan. And also we can say that green technology can help reduce visit and population in Afghan cities, and also response and management of generation of people, and creating jobs and economic growth, empowering energy and reducing food security. And we can say that the AI can help our generations, and also in Afghanistan it will be really beneficial, and also around the world. And
Your time
we
is up.
can
Would you like to conclude?
Can I, if I?
Yes, you can conclude.
Okay. So creating decent work and also opportunities, and leaving no one behind. And I hope that one day AI and technology will be really beneficial in our country and also around the world. Thank you so much for listening to my speech, and also thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Delegate. So moving on, Delegate of Albania. Delegate of Albania. Delegate of Albania, are you here? Okay, we shall wait. Before that, a delegate of Vatican City, are you ready now?
Yes, I am. Thanks for the opportunity. As all of us know that I'm representing Vatican City, which is the smallest country in the entire world. When it comes to the AI role with respect to Vatican City is concerned, as we give much and more importance towards the tourism, somewhere I feel it is very risky to introduce AI all of a sudden, where people will just take their mobiles or use the technology, just have a look at the city, and the scope for the tourism might go down. And it is a very less populated area, where it has only around 800 people in the entire country. So this might lead to further risks of criminal or ethical issues in the entire country is concerned. So that is one of the thing, and social inequalities may also arise, where AI may risk the aggravating the situations of discrimination, poverty, and digital divided, and many more as such. And as we have a historical background of war in Vatican City is concerned, there is a era, I must say, we have stopped from getting into real battle and wars, such kind of an activities, and the responsibilities are being handled by the popes, and so that is how it is. So we really don't want to risk on AI by giving human responsibilities over artificial intelligence. Maybe when it comes to certain developmental aspects, like introduction to the technologies with respect to some improvisation of green jobs, creating many more opportunities on floor, and transition from different towards green transitions and all, then we are really welcome the concept of AI is concerned. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Delegate, are you willing to the executive board? Delegate of Vatican City?
Yes.
Okay, you did mention about AI would not be taken as a good. Just a minute. Oh, sorry. What is your opinion about the Vatican City and Microsoft partnership about showcasing St. Peter Basilisk through AI technology? What would be delegates' opinion on that? Better use of AI for youth empowerment, bring in more tourism into the country?
We do welcome it, but when it comes to a very specific and a small areas as such, that should not lead to a consequences or that should not put the country into a risk. So when it comes to our development aspect, we will welcome it with a set of limitations and set of procedures to be followed. Yeah, I think that would be convenient for both the country as well as the economic conditions of the state is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Moving on, Delegate of Russia. Delegate of Russia.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes. Yes, you are audible.
Russia believes in AI competency is crucial for optimizing renewable energy systems and smart grid management. But however, how specifically do we plan to incorporate AI and machine learning, especially when we are going to train for youth? So, ensuring equitable access to AI tools and training for youth in developing nations without addressing the digital divide that is happening, because just like the Vatican City just now mentioned, the developing nations are going to suffer a lot because we are not addressing the digital divide, risking creating a new form of technological colonization. So, especially, how are we going to have a check on data sovereignty, like how do we propose on handling the environmental data sovereignty when using AI systems? Russia believes that youth should be trained in managing both global and national data resources, but however, the AI ethics and everything else is still in the developing stage. We still do not have the right laws and everything, and we should still keep in mind that AI is still new, and the developing nations as such would still suffer. But however, Russia believes in cooperating with the other developing nations and every other country to train the youth especially in AI and machine learning training, so that further we can collaborate on green initiatives and help young innovators from different nations can share knowledge and best practices. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Delegate. Now, ready?
Yeah, ma'am. About artificial intelligence, you are asking, right?
Yes, Delegate. The floor is
Yeah,
yours.
ma'am. Albania is to increase adopting artificial intelligence in various sectors, ma'am. Especially in government and public sectors. In that, especially for e-government and public administrations, and in healthcare, in medical diagnosis and personalized medicines, and in education, they are using for intelligent tutoring systems and automated grading. And when it comes to the finance and banking, they are used for the risk management and credit scoring. And when it comes to an agriculture, it is towards precision farming and livestock monitoring. And also certain other sectors, ma'am, such as transportation, tourism, and some of the NGOs, especially Albanian AI Association, is a non-profit organization aimed at promoting AI development and adoption in Albania. And Terina AI has their own AI lab, ma'am, especially for the research laboratory focused on developing AI-powered solutions for various sectors, including healthcare and education. Uh, and to be true, as the country continues to develop its AI ecosystem, we can expect to see more innovative applications of AI across various sectors. Thank you. I am done.
Thank you, Delegate. So we still have 6 slots for delegates who are interested in speaking, because the timer, as per the motion, it was 20 minutes, 1 minute per speaker. So we have only finished around 12 speakers. We can accommodate around 8 more. Delegates who are willing to speak, please raise your hand. Delegates who haven't spoken yet, please raise your hand.
Um,
Yes, delegate.
I want to talk about the AI, ma'am. Delegate
Your
from
country
Bhutan.
is
Bhutan, madam.
Bhutan. Okay. Any other delegates?
You,
Yes, ma'am.
Which is your country, delegate?
Angola.
Angola. Okay.
I have not speak once or
Ma'am,
so.
I would like to speak on renewable resources.
Okay, sure. Delegate, I've noted. Okay. Any other delegates?
Delegate from Bhutan, if not
Okay.
even speak
Seeing
once,
none,
please.
let's begin with delegate of Bhutan.
I want to talk about the AI, ma'am. Respected chair and my fellow delegates, youths in Bhutan are crucial in integrating artificial
Delegate, sorry to
intelligence.
interrupt. Could you please be louder?
Respected chair and my fellow delegates, I want to talk about the AI in Bhutan. Youths in Bhutan are crucial in integrating artificial intelligence into various sectors while ensuring adherence to policies and precautions. They engage in educational programs that enhance digital literacy and AI skills, preparing to leverage technologies for national development. By participating in tech startup, they develop AI solutions and tailored to local challenges such as agriculture and healthcare. Moreover, Bhutan youth advocate for responsible AI use, emphasizing ethical consideration, data privacy, and security purposes. They actively engage with policymakers to influence regulation that ensures safe and equitable implements. Through awareness campaign, they educate communities about the benefits and risks of AI, fostering informed decision makings. In this way, Bhutanese youth play a vital role in shaping future where AI contributes positive to society while maintaining necessary safeguards. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, delegate. And delegates, please refrain from calling me directly on WhatsApp because I'm going through the webinar, right? And delegate of Angola.
Yes, ma'am.
Delegate of Angola, please proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, honorable guests, esteemed leaders, and fellow innovators. I'm representing Angola from South Africa, one of the 45 least developed countries in the world. It is a privilege to address you today on a subject that has potential to transform Angola's economy and society: artificial intelligence development. Around the world, AI is revolutionizing industries, creating new opportunities, and solving complex challenges. Angola must embrace this technological revolution to ensure a prosperous and sustainable future. Artificial intelligence is actually more than a trend. It is a powerful tool that can accelerate development, improve efficiency, and drive innovation across multi sectors. With Angola's growing digital infrastructure and a young, dynamic population, we have the foundation to build a strong AI ecosystem. Thank you, ma'am. I'm done.
Thank you, delegate. Moving on to the next delegate. Usidore, please proceed.
Good evening, everyone. Today, I'm honored to be a part of this webinar. I'd like to speak on the general resources of Ecuador. Ecuador is a country located in the northwest of South America, and Ecuador is making significant strides in green energy, particularly in hydropower, solar, and wind energy. The country's mountainous terrain and numerous rivers create ideal conditions for hydroelectric plants, which generate almost 79% of Ecuador's electricity in 2021. To diversify its energy mix and reduce reliance on hydropower, Ecuador is promoting non-conventional renewable energy resources such as solar and wind energy. The government has introduced incentives including a 100% income tax exemption for investments in renewable energy. Ecuador aims to add approximately 1.4 GW of renewable energy capacity to the national grid by 2031, with planned projects including wind farms and solar parks. Thank you, ma'am. I'm done.
So the list is, I can accommodate 5 more delegates who wish to speak on the topic. Please raise your hand. Delegate of Bulgaria.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
delegates, I wish you speak more. Just a minute. We'll set the list and then we can proceed Bulgaria. Okay. I wish you all to speak more because this will add points. So delegates who wish to speak, please give your name.
Interrupting. If I may,
Okay.
can this agrees to that? I would like to raise a motion of POI to the delegate of Madagascar.
Sorry, could you please come again?
If the executive board permits, I would like to raise a motion of
Delegate. Okay,
Thank
delegate.
you.
We can then go on to delegate of Bulgaria.
Yes. Thank you, executive board. So the delegate of Madagascar, apart from relying on foreign sources or the help, what are the steps which are need to be taken to use of this in the long run after looking at your current stage? Many underdeveloped countries have used the foreign resources mainly. So these kind of resources will not help the technology. So what are studies taken and what are taken in this regard?
Delegate of
Very well.
Madagascar. Yeah.
Yeah. We can
Please
we
proceed.
know that we know that Madagascar has the world's largest reserve of titanium ore as well. But talking regarding the green energy or green economy, we cannot rely much on that. As well as Madagascar also mines a lot of chromite, coal, iron, cobalt, copper, nickel. We all rely. The Madagascar relies on the generated through mining or refining these elements which we naturally found in the sites of Madagascar. Madagascar has also planned to extract a huge oil deposit that is found in uh, Bemolanga, a part region of the Madagascar. These all are not really connected to the green economy or green jobs thing. We badly need some support or some fundings from the United Nations for conserving our forest, because I am giving this statement because due to some climate changes or climate calamities, Madagascar has seen a very drought times and as well as multiple cyclones in the same day, same year. Thus, this creates a lots of difficulty in managing everything, especially in the generating green revenue from very limited resource that Madagascar has. Madagascar stands out from the other underdeveloped countries because it is an island. This Madagascar is no way connected to the big piece of land like other countries, especially some African countries, as they have connected through geographical area. But talking about Madagascar, Madagascar is a fourth biggest island country, so we have to take this point into the consideration. This causes a lots of difficulties for any big steps to be taken in the future. Thus, Madagascar is looking forward for the help of youth of Madagascar as well as world to come out of this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, both the delegates. This is the type of discussions we need here. Okay. Moving on, delegate of Bulgaria.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, as a delegate of Bulgaria, I support the integration of artificial intelligence for promoting the green jobs. As Bulgaria is actively promoting the integration of green energy and artificial intelligence to foster sustainable development and creating green jobs. In 2019, Bulgaria launched renewable energy and efficiency for on the budget of approximately 33 million euros. This program finances the projects such as street lighting, geothermal and hydropower utilization, and energy efficiency in buildings. The European Union for Reconstruction and Development has supported Bulgaria's renewable energy transition, lending 50 million euros photovoltaic plant. At the end of 2023, amendments to the Bulgarian Energy from Renewable Resources Act were implemented to facilitate the development of new renewable energy projects. Bulgaria has a substantial number of AI players across industries, research and startup related to its economic size. The position of the country is comparable to nations like Malta, Estonia, and Cyprus in the term strategies to create conditions for financing sustainable investment in AI development. Thank you.
Thank you, Dani. Okay. So moving on. Any motions on the floor?
I request the Antigua and Barbuda request the chair to allow a point of information to Vatican City and Russia with regarding to their concern over the topic on the floor.
In order, delegate. You may. Delegate, please come with your POI.
The delegate of Antigua and Barbuda acknowledges the Vatican City's ethical stance on global issues. We believe that Vatican City can develop.
Sorry, 1 second. Is it a question or an answer?
Answer.
Let's. Can we have that through a chat? Can the answer be put on the chat?
Okay.
Because we are looking here for discussions. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. And any motions on the floor? Motion for a GSL or motion for a moderate caucus on
Delegate
different
of
topic?
Sweden would like to raise a motion.
Yes, delegate. Go on. Delegate of Sweden?
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Thank you. The delegate of Sweden would like to raise a motion for a moderate caucus on biotechnology innovation in achieving a circular green economy for a total duration of 10 minutes with each speaker allotted for 45 seconds.
Okay, all right. Bio, could you please come again?
Biotechnology innovations in achieving a circular green economy.
Okay. Let's vote upon it. Delegates in favor?
Can I please get the topic again?
A delegate of Sweden, could you please put the topic in the chat box?
Sure, ma'am.
Delegates, I can see 9 votes. Am I right? Okay. 9 votes in favor. Okay. Delegates against the motion. Okay, 10 votes in favor.
I'm
Delegates who
seeking
voted in
few
favor.
times for understanding, ma'am. Just now I posted the
Sweden.
topic seeking few times for getting votes.
Okay, okay. Let's do the votes again then. Okay. Delegates, let's vote again for. Delegates? Yeah. Okay, 16. Yeah, it's a really good number. Let's duration of 45 seconds for 10 minutes. Yeah. Let's move on to against the motion. Delegates not in favor. Okay. Okay, 8 votes against. So this
Excuse me,
motion is yes, delegate.
ma'am. We have discussed about green source and also AI, but can we discuss about some legal systems in certain countries, in various countries? What are the legal systems included, and how they are adopting legal things?
Delegate, you can bring that as a motion in the next round. It can be voted upon.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So this motion is clearly in majority. So delegates who would wish to speak, please drop your country names in the chat box. Sweden, delegate of Sweden, would you like to speak first or reserve your right to speak?
Delegate of Sweden would like to start.
Okay, delegate. Sweden, Congo, Antigua, Congo, Russia, Bulgaria, Your 45 seconds begins.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, thank you for voting. Let me start with the world is facing a sustainability crisis, and the biotechnology holds the key to a circular green economy. Sweden has pioneered the advancement in biofuels, biodegradable plastics, and waste to energy innovation by proving the nature itself can do us towards the sustainability. By investing in biotechnology, we can replace the harmful materials, create a self-sustaining industries, and generate eco-friendly jobs. This is not just about science, it is about the reimagining how we interact with other environment. Sweden urges all nations to explore and support biotech solutions that can transform our industry while preserving our planet. Let us work together to make a sustainable scientific reality. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Questions on the floor? Okay. Seeing none, delegate of Congo.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, The Republic of Congo believes that biotechnology innovation is the key to a truly sustainable future. As Mahatma Gandhi once said, the earth provides enough to satisfy every man's needs, but not every man's greed. A circular green economy must not be a privilege, it must be a global commitment. With our rich biodiversity and natural resources, Congo has the potential to lead in biofuels, waste to energy solutions, and regenerative agriculture as well. Yet limited funding and restricted access to biotechnological advancements keep developing nations as at a disadvantage. If we are serious about sustainability, then technology transfer, investment in R&D, that is resource and development, and equitable green financing must be prioritized. Congo calls upon developed nations, research institutions, and private enterprises to support a just and inclusive green transition. Let us ensure that no nation is left behind in the fight for a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Any motions on the floor? Any questions to the Delegate of Congo?
I would like to appreciate the delegate of Congo for remembering Mahatma Gandhi ji.
That's a good comment by the Delegate of Vatican City. Moving on, Delegate of Antigua.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegate of Barbuda strongly supports the discussion on biotechnology innovation in achieving a circular green economy. As a small island nation vulnerable to climate change, we recognize that biotechnology can revolutionize waste management, sustainable agriculture, and renewable energy. Innovations like biodegradable materials and biofuels reduce environmental harm while creating green jobs. However, accessibility and funding remain challenges for developing nations. We must ensure that biotech advancements are inclusive, fostering global cooperation to make these technologies accessible to all. Let us work together to integrate biotechnology into sustainable policies for a truly circular green economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Any motion, any POIs?
Ma'am, Delegate of Congo has a question.
Proceed, Delegate.
How does the country, Antigua and Barbuda, ensure biotech innovations in the green economy are accessible to its less developed countries?
I'm sorry, please come again.
How does your nation ensure biotechnological innovations in the green economy are accessible to less developed countries?
Of course, we ourselves are developing nations. That is why we call upon developed nations to contribute to biotechnology so that there can be funding in our nations and less developed countries as well. We look upon the developed nations to lead from the front, but they should not forget that there are other countries like developing countries and developed nations also. So it is better if the developed countries take the charge and they invest in developing and less developed countries so that there can be a better future for every one of us. Thank you. Any more question?
Dear
Thank you,
delegate,
Delegate.
as far as the Vatican City is concerned, we are already aiming with zero emission by 2050, and we also have a huge tourism industry to look forward. We have renewable energy products projects coming over.
Just a minute. There has been a breach of procedure. See, if you have to answer to a POI or a question, you'll have to take the permission of the chair first.
I apologize for the same.
Okay, you may proceed now.
So when it comes to 2050, we would like to be a zero emission country, and the bio-based innovations can also help in waste valorization and resources recovery, turning biological waste into valuable products. I think that will even more help us in growing economical way of green turn as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Moving on to Delegate of Tongo.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Yes, the floor is
Honorable
yours.
Chair. Okay. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Togo firmly supports this motion, recognizing biotechnology as a key driver of a circular green economy. Innovations in biofuels, biodegradable materials, and climate resilient crops can reduce waste enhance sustainability, and create green jobs for youth. However, developing nations face barriers such as limited access to biotechnology and funding. To ensure inclusivity, we must promote international collaboration, technology transfer, and capacity building initiatives. Let us embrace biotechnology as a rule for a greener, more sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Russia.
Yes, Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the Russian Federation stands firmly in support of advancing biotechnology innovation. Russia, with its vast biological resources and strong scientific tradition, recognizes three fundamental truths. First, biotechnology is not merely an option, but a necessity for sustainable development. Second, young scientists and innovators are driving force behind breakthrough solutions. And third, the circular economy model enhanced by biotechnology represents our best chance for sustainable prosperity. So let me highlight several key areas where Russia sees immense potential. One, in agricultural biotechnology, in industrial biotechnology, in environmental biotechnology. However, we recognize the maximizing these opportunities requires international cooperation. Therefore, Russia proposes following these concrete actions, that is establishment of an international youth biotech innovation network, connecting young researchers across nations and facilitating knowledge exchange. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Those were really good recommendations. Moving on, Delegate of Bulgaria.
Sorry to interrupt, EB. I have a question to Russia.
Yes.
Yes, proceed.
So the question is, given the country's advancements in biotechnology and its influence in global energy markets, how does Russia plan to support developing countries like ours, that is Congo, in achieving a circular green economy through technology transfer and sustainable investments?
Like I said, we plan on we propose the idea of establishing an international youth biotech innovation network wherein we connect everybody, every developing nations to come together and exchange their knowledge. And as we see that Russia is very strong in has very strong in especially vast biological resources. It has a very vast biological resources, and so young scientists and innovators from across the whole globe so will be a driving force behind these big breakthrough solutions for this biotechnology.
May I get another POI, EB, if it does not breach the procedure?
Yes, please.
Sorry. It does not breach the procedure, but okay, you can proceed.
Russia said that it is rich with natural resources, but actually Russia relies on African countries like Congo for cobalt, copper, and other rare minerals needed for its energy and defense industries. How does Russia advocate itself on this matter?
Okay, especially in agricultural biotechnology in Russia, youth researchers are developing drought-resistant crops and bio-based fertilizers. The Skolkovo Innovation Center, a premium research hub in Russia, has already incubated over 50 youth-led biotech startups in sustainable agriculture. So Russian institutes are pioneering the development of bio-based materials and processes. Our youth scientists are transforming industrial waste into valuable resources, creating a true circular economy. The Russian Youth Biotech Initiative has supported over 200 projects in bio-based material development and waste valorization. So this is how in environmental biotechnology also, we are advancing in bioremediation techniques that are naturally restore contaminated ecosystems. So young Russian researchers have developed innovative microorganisms capable of degrading persistent pollutants, offering sustainable solutions for environmental cleanup.
Sorry to interrupt, Russia, but my question was, your country is very much dependent on countries like Congo for cobalt,
Delegate
copper.
of Congo. Delegate, you have not received permission to have a
Sorry,
add-on question.
no, the thing was, the answer was not satisfactory because my question was different from what Russia answered.
Okay, so you can have a follow-up question.
A
with the
follow-up?
permission
Can
also.
I have a follow-up, ma'am?
Okay, delegate of Congo.
Russia, my question was, you are dependent and reliant on African countries like Congo for cobalt, copper, and other rare minerals that is needed for your energy and defense industries. So, how does it contribute to us?
While the resources are valuable for global biotechnological development from DRC, Russia advocates for balanced and mutually beneficial relationship that supports both nations' sustainable development goals. So I think, like I said previously also, like we said, we proposed previously also that creating educational exchange programs can help sustainable biotechnology. So joint research centers focusing on sustainable biotechnology can help globally. While we value our cooperation with DRC, Russia has developed significant domestic biotechnological advanced research institutions, and investment in domestic bioinfrastructure is self-sufficient. But we do believe in collaboration and collaboration with and valuable resources that we get from Congo for global biotechnological development.
Okay.
Hello.
Thank you. It was really nice to have a good discussion now. Yes, delegate.
Yeah, we do value our cooperation with DRC. Russia has developed significant domestic biotechnological capabilities on its own. Our advanced research institutions, indigenous biodiversity, and investment in domestic biotech infrastructure so helps us in sustainable bioprospecting, joint research programs, technology transfer, and youth exchange programs in biotechnology.
Yes, got it, delegate of Russia. We've noted it down.
Although we do value
delegate.
okay.
Just a minute. The answers would have a time frame of 1 minute too. So please stick to the time, and you have exceeded your time. Thank you, delegate. Moving on, delegate of Bulgaria.
Yes, ma'am. Today we stand at a critical juncture where climate change, environment degradation, and unsustainable resources are threatening the future of our planet. To combat these challenges, we must embrace the circular green economy, one that minimizes waste, maximizes efficiency, and leverages biotechnological and innovations for a sustainable future. Biotechnology is the key to unlock a waste-free, resource-efficient economy. It enables us to transform agricultural, industrial waste to biofuels and bioplastics and sustainable textiles. Imagine a world where a fungi replaces plastic packaging, algae creating biofuels, and microbes cleaning up toxic waste. It is not scientific fiction, it is the power of biotechnology. Bulgaria is actively supporting biotechnology innovations to advance circular green economy through strategic policies, funding programs, and fostering public and private partnerships. National Development for Program in Bulgaria. This strategic document emphasizes the circular and low carbon economy as its priority. It outlines the measures to promote sustainable use of raw materials, encourage the adoption of alternative bio-based resources, and enhance recycling and waste management practices. The strategy for development and bioeconomy in Bulgaria focuses on increasing the composing of bio-waste, recycling household, industrial, and construction waste, and implementing separate collection system for bio-waste and textiles. A Bulgarian biotech company specializing in This approach aligns with circular economy principles by converting organic waste into valuable protein sources and reducing reliance on traditional feed resources. Through these comprehensive efforts, Bulgaria is fostering environment conducive to biotechnology innovations, driving the nation towards a sustainable and circular green economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Moving on to Delegate of Uruguay. Delegate of Uruguay. Delegate of Uruguay. Okay, seeing no response. Before we expand the speech list, any motions on the floor? Motions for unmoderated caucus or delegates? Am I audible?
Ma'am, I want to say that New Zealand and biology sector. Can I?
Delegate, I couldn't hear you. Please come again.
New Zealand and biotechnology sector. I want to speak for 1 minute.
Okay, sure.
New Zealand's
Before we proceed,
yes.
Just a minute, Delegate. Before we proceed, however, we take a 5-minute unmarked caucus. Shall we put that on to vote? Unmarked, as in you can use this time to lobby with your fellow delegates on so that you obtain votes on your next motions that you raise for model caucus topics. And also, it can be helpful for your working paper. If the delegates are willing, we can have a motion for unmoderated caucus for 5 minutes.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Would one delegate is one delegate willing to raise a motion on that?
May I?
Yes, delegate, please.
Okay. Respected Chair, esteemed delegates, New Zealand biotechnology sector is contributing to the country's green economy by developing environmental friendly solutions. These solutions include bioremediation.
Delegate, just a minute.
Okay.
We were looking for a motion. If you would like to proceed with your speech and then go for a motion, is that what you want?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, delegate, we shall have your speech first and then we shall go for voting. Okay. Proceed.
So I continue, ma'am.
Yes, delegate, please proceed.
One minute.
Delegate of New Zealand, you may proceed.
Yes. New Zealand biotechnology sector is contributing to the country's green economy by developing environmental friendly solutions. These solutions include bioremediation, biorefinery, and alternatives to plastic. How biotechnology is contributing to New Zealand's green economy? Bioremediation. New Zealand companies are developing solutions to clean up environmental pollution. Biorefinery. New Zealand companies are developing ways to process industrial waste and create new energy sources. Bioplastics. New Zealand companies are developing bioplastics as an alternative waste to plastic. Biomaterials. Companies are developing biomaterials like wood, plastic, composite. Aquaculture. New Zealand companies are developing new aquaculture sectors like scampi, geoduck, and kiwi. Nutraceuticals. New Zealand companies are developing nutraceuticals. Organization involved in biotechnology, universities, New Zealand universities are involved in biotechnology research and development. Private companies are also involved in biotechnology research and development. New Zealand Crown Research Institutes are also involved in biotechnology research and development. New Zealand has been ranked 4th in the world for the biotechnology innovation potential. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, delegate. So, any motions on the floor? Delegates, any motions on the floor? Motion for an unmod, motion for GSL, or a motion for moderate caucus?
Sweden would like to raise a unmod caucus.
Okay. Delegate, could you please tell me the time limit? And frame it in a better manner so we can vote upon it. Delegate of Sweden.
And more caucus in the lobby discussion or like a speech, ma'am?
Unmod would be about having time for doing your lobbying, either on the WhatsApp group or DM person, garner more support for your working paper. And also you can consider this as a break, a 5 minute or how much of a break one is asking an unmod. You can lobby, you can get board, discuss on what are the topics you all want to talk in the next model caucus. Delegate of Sweden?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So,
I can I proceed with the lobby discussion?
Yes, for the time span of?
Or might be over 5 to 10 minutes. It's our grant permission of the ma'am.
Okay, let's have a unmod for 10 minutes.
Indeed, ma'am.
Shall we put it on to vote?
Indeed,
Yeah,
ma'am. Indeed, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. In favor? Delegates, please raise your hand for voting. Yes. I don't see any. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Against? Delegates in against and unmod? Okay. So from now, we shall have unmod for 10 minutes. Please be on the meeting. We'll meet back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may use this time to, you may to lobby and start working on your working paper. Yes, thank you.
Honorable delegates, Council Vatican City. The thing is like we can't expect India and Pakistan to collaborate with each other to contribute towards green economy or anything as such. There will be black sheep in every aspect of the world. So definitely, I don't mean that I'm not benefiting mutually over here. I would love to collaborate with Vatican City and many other countries out over here, Togo and Bahamas, any country for that matter, because I don't have stiff rivalry with any country out here. But yes, let's open floor for this conversation as well. I would be pleased to answer those questions. I think your question was answered by this.
Well,
Yeah, thank you.
Much,
Much
of Congo,
appreciated.
you
Thank you
have
so much.
mentioned some few things such as technology and the collaboration. That what exactly are the measures that you need to take? That I mean, you wanted to take in this method of collaboration. Like when you say the one country needs to collaborate with the other country, that needs to know the intention behind it as well as what are the steps that you are exactly going to take. So if you would provide the information, then we would collab with you for sure.
So what I would like to say is that every country has its own geographical and topographical differences with one another. I mean, we as a country, Congo, are rich in natural resources. But still we are facing the challenge of transitioning away from oil dependency because our 80% of resource or revenue earned out of exports is because of oil dependency itself. We are one of the huge exporters of oil. To empower our youth, not just Congo's youth, but youth across the globe in the green economy, we need to invest in renewable energy, reforestation programs, and eco-friendly industries. However, Africa needs financial and technological assistance to make this transition successful. So I call upon nations across to strengthen climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building programs. It's not that all the technological resources available in Congo will be available even in other countries as well, right? What is lacking in Congo will be in abundance with Kazakhstan or Vatican City, etc. And what's lacking behind in terms of natural resources in Kazakhstan will definitely or approximately be an abundance here. So when we build ties, collaborate with one another, and have this exchange of technology, we believe our ties with one another will get much more stronger. This would lead to a global fraternity, and it will help us much more in a collaborative, sustainable development. So we need financial and technological assistance, which we can give back in return, which we have the potential to give back, and we are ready to collaborate with all nations to create this sustainable future.
Agreeing with Congo, the delegate of Antigua and Barbuda likes to say that global financing mechanisms must be more inclusive. Too often, youth-led green businesses in developing nations struggle to access funding. So we advocate for dedicated youth climate investment funds with simplified grant application processes so that young investors are not locked out of green transition. Thank you.
So does that mean that Antigua and Barbuda is ready to collaborate with Congo?
Antigua and Barbuda agrees with Congo that there should be more investment by developed countries in developing nations. That is the point.
Okay, fine. So what about collaboration?
Of course, we will be collaborating.
Okay, fine.
And the delegate of Congo, we would also like to collaborate with you. If you could prepare the resolution based on the modes or the things that you have stated, then we can be signatories for that, making some scrutinies if they are needed.
Sure. I request you all who would like to collaborate with Congo for this to propose your contents in the draft resolution so that this can be mutually beneficiary, not just some countries. You would like to learn your debates as well.
Sure thing, exactly. We'll do that.
Yeah. Please send that to me in the direct message in this so that I can add them.
Okay.
Delegates, can you support the Sweden modern technology?
That was the same thing which I raised Sweden. So if you're ready to collaborate with Congo, then definitely we would happily welcome you to the fraternity.
Delegate of Congo, I'm delegate of Madagascar speaking. There's a simple question that the resolution which you talked now, I think so it relates only between developing and developed countries. Does it concerns anyway for underdeveloped countries like Madagascar?
This applies to all those countries who urge to promote and support overall sustainable development and encouragement of development of green economy and green jobs. So if Madagascar is interested in this matter and can actively collaborate the entire world in this motive, then definitely even Madagascar can be benefited out of it.
Yeah, I understood the resolution, but the thing is, some of the underdeveloped countries like us will have a problem, or we will be lacking in the resources of those resources should be fulfilled by developed countries or by the United Nations. Then how this resolution is now connected for this underdeveloped countries, because we are not much independent on ourselves, because we are much dependent on other countries, as we lack in resources and other things which generate as income. The resources that generate income or to sustain green energy or green jobs, that has to be done from the outside, which we cannot create from ourselves. then how can this concerns?
I understand you, delegate of Madagascar. For example, we ourselves, Congo is a developing nation, and we, in spite of being in the status of developing nation, we contribute to the economy of various developed countries. For example, United States, despite political tensions, the US relies on our cobalt for their batteries and renewable energy tech. The European Union, which includes France, Belgium, Germany, etc., depend on our minerals and timber, though they criticize its environmental policies, like our environmental policies, whichever we take. And in terms of China, we are major suppliers of copper and cobalt, essential for China's tech and EV industries. So please don't feel left behind by this, Madagascar. You will be definitely abundant in any sort of resource which you can give in return for the developed nations, and developing nations will give us all those technological and financial support to promote green economy and green jobs in our respective nations. I think your question is cleared.
Yeah, the question is very much cleared. Thank you. Thank you.
So is Madagascar ready to collaborate with Congo for this?
Need to think about it once more. Give me some time and I'll let you know in the direct message.
Please take your own time and tell us as soon as possible. We would love to collaborate with you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Again, so we are back in session. Can get a raise of hand to see everyone's back in attendance?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Delhi, for present in session. Let's begin. Okay. So, any motions on the floor, delegates? I shall be switching off my camera because there's a power cut here, but I'm still on the call. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, any motions on the floor? Moderate caucus, or shall we go back to GSL? Any topics for the model caucus? Okay, I can see something. Sweden, is there any query? Would you like to sort it out?
Chair, if time permits, Sweden would like to propose the idea on the biotechnology.
Biotechnology. Okay, Sweden, we can do that. But you have already given a speech on that.
For the unmodded caucus, the delegate of Congo plays the whole role. Instead, as like a proxy, and Congo is asking if interested collaborator. And Sweden asked for the unmodded caucus time granted.
Yes,
Sweden
delegate.
doesn't.
So the delegate of Sweden raised a motion for unmodded caucus. In the case of lobbying, it's always about who tries to take in the control or maybe persuade other delegates to, agree upon their issue. I agree that the delegate of Sweden has asked for the motion. That is, put forth the motion in front of the committee. But that does not mean it has a right to
persuade and control over the lobbying session. I hope that's clear.
Apologies, Chair. That's not a purview of the Sweden, Chair. We would like to extend the time for the moderate caucus and moderate caucus.
Okay, shall we put that from voting? Okay. So the delegate of Sweden has proposed a motion for extension of the unmarked caucus. Delegates in favor? Okay, I can see 14 in favor. Against? Delegates and against. Okay, I can see 6. Okay, so this motion is in order. For how many minutes would the delegate of Sweden like to ask for unmoderated caucus?
5 minutes, Chair.
5 minutes. Okay. From the votes, it is in majority that for an unmoderated caucus. So let's proceed with an unmod for the next 5 minutes from now.
EB, I have a small doubt, point of inquiry. Are we drafting a draft resolution or a working paper?
We are looking for a working paper.
Okay, if you won't mind, could you please share the format of the same in the group?
Yeah, sure, I'll do that. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable delegates, can I know who all are collaborating so that I can put their names in the working paper?
Yes, before that, delegate of Sweden would like to add some more points with that. Instead of entirely rely on the biotechnology, we can propose on a collaboration model with an AI. For example, by recognizing the transformative role of synthetic biology, perception of fermentation, and the AI-driven biotech solution in reducing the environmental impact and enhancing the sustainability, Sweden would like to propose some for like establishing a global bio innovation concern which will create an international regulatory framework to standardize the ethical, safe, and the scalable use of synthetic biology and bioengineering in sustainable industry. Delegate of Congo, is there any interruption?
So the thing is, like Sweden, we understand your concern towards promoting green economy, but our another agenda, I mean, the sub agenda under this whole conference was even improving green employment and green jobs. So don't you think that by emphasizing more on AI and AI-driven technology,
As raised
we are
before,
no,
instead of
the thing is, like,
entirely
don't you
relying
think
on
that
that, it is more beneficial and it is more profitable if in a collaborative way.
but if we like, I understand that
Not
you don't
entirely
emphasize
relying
more.
on whole AI and not entirely relying on the biotechnology. If it is in the collaborative way as raised up in the first model caucus and in the second, it will be more benefit for us.
Can I know how developing nations would benefit out of AI then? Like, I do understand, but relying on AI to an extent would definitely stamp down employment.
Yes, Sweden believes that AI-driven biotechnology can revolutionize the green economy. Our country's advanced research sector can collaborate with us on perception fermentation, biofuel, and carbon negative biomanufacturing. Would you support a resolution clause on this? We propose an international biotech innovation fund to finance the breakthrough research. Would your delegation back financial incentive for the biotech startups?
For me to get into this, firstly, I am a developing nation. Congo is from African continent. We are rich in natural resources, but we ourselves need finances, and that's why we were developing a certain working paper wherein we could invite the developed nations like US to provide funds for
For a
climate
little,
finance. But
may
I
I?
don't think that we will be able to give finance for this one particular thing because we are more into skill development for green employment and green jobs. So I don't think that I'll be able to put this clause in the working paper.
It is not entirely considerable, but for the clarification that investing in biotech is not a cost, it is a transition strategy. Countries depending on the fossil fuel can diversify the economy through the bioenergy and the carbon capture technologies. Sweden is open to discuss on the economic framework that ensure a fair transition. Moreover, the cost in action is far higher than investing in biotech now. The Sweden proposes the financial mechanism where developed nations provide an investment while all countries benefit from the biotech-driven sustainability. Is it considerable, delegate of Congo?
I think you need to get it checked by the developed countries first because we have already got developed countries.
Even
To
it is more benefit for the small countries like Maldives, Fiji, Bangladesh, and etc. Sweden recognized that small nations are on the front line of the climate change. The biotech-driven solution, such as the algae-based coastal barriers and the bioengineered seawater purification, we can protect. It can protect our ecosystem. Uh, we would like to endorse a resolution clause on a biotech adoption for the vulnerable nations. We would like to propose a global grant system for the biotech-based climate resilience project. Also, like it will be more if it is considerable. Other delegates can anything interruption on this?
Ma'am, may I?
Yes, please.
I felt this is very much to the specific already developed countries. So it's like I won't be able to, really collaborate or contribute and things like that. Because even your question or a proposal in your message says, we propose a technology sharing platform where developed nations provide funding and expertise in welfare. So I did not feel so feasible in collaborating.
Considerable delegate of Vatican City, the Sweden understand the ethical concern regarding the genetic modification. However, our proposal focus on the ethical and the natural biotechnology like enzyme-based waste recycling and biodegradable bioplastics, the algo-based biofuels and solutions that aligns with the sustainability and the human dignity.
This sounds more specific, so and interesting as well. So I would look forward for the opportunity to get collaborated with you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Moreover, I would like to say that the biotech creates a new sustainable jobs while ensuring that the communities depend on the agriculture and the energy transition smoothly into the green economy. Sweden is advocating for the global skill development programs so that the workers are not left behind that. Delegates, any interruption on this or any other clarification?
Delegates, time is up. We're back in session. Was the unmoderated fruitful? Delegates? So what is the discussion that we can take back from the unmoderated caucus?
I would like to extend my support, and I would like to collaborate with the delegate of Sweden on a proposal.
Delegates, we are back in session. Can I get a raise of hand showing your presence in the conference? Okay. So, moving on, do we have any motion in regard to a moderated caucus? Delegates, we can have another moderated caucus topic, and then we can proceed into discussion of the working paper, if that's all right. Shall we do that?
Yes, I would like to propose one.
Okay, yes. Delegate of Vatican City.
I would like to know the opinion of all the delegates with respect to green tax is concerned. For 5 minutes.
So you put it into a form of a moderated caucus topic that everyone can give a speech about.
Should I have to give the introduction sort of a thing so that?
No, just that you propose a moderated caucus on this topic for a time span of 10 minutes or so, whatever your discretion, and each time for 8 time span for 8 speakers. Yes, just put
I
it
would like
across
to
so I can,
propose,
document it.
Yeah, I would like to propose everybody's point of view with respect to green tax implementing on each country, and also to collaborate so that it has a universal sort of a uniformity. And I would like to take up this topic for 10 minutes. Probably each delegate gets around 50 seconds to let their views on.
Thank you, delegate. Let's go on to voting. Delegates in favor? Delegates in favor of the model caucus?
May I know the topic again, like the exact verbatim?
It's about, ma'am, may I?
Yes, delegate.
Yeah, it is about green tax. Green tax is also known as a pollution tax or an environmental tax. It is levied, imposed on goods and activities that causes environmental pollution. The primary goal is of green tax is to encourage individuals and businesses to adopt environmentally friendly practices by making it more costly to pollute. So it's like we are taking care of the green as well as we are trying to make economy improvisation by collecting taxation. So I would conclude it like a green tax.
The duration, please.
Duration is for 10 minutes. Probably each delegate I would like to give up on like 50 seconds so that everybody gets an opportunity to pop into.
Okay. So is that all right? Delegates have got a vote of 19 in favor. That you support that, because we have to go on based on counting of the votes. Delegates. Okay. Let's move on to voting of not in favor. Okay, one. Okay, it's 9. 19 is to 9. Okay. Delegates, this motion is in order. So, Vatican City, do you want to speak first or reserve your right to speak at the end?
I would like to speak first so that everybody gets a clarity on.
Yes, okay, Vatican City. And delegates who would like to speak, please raise your hand. Okay. Delegate of Antigua and Barbuda, delegate of Congo, delegate of Costa Rica, delegate of Bulgaria, delegate of Libya, delegate of Albania, and Republic of Cabo. Delegate, can I know which countries Delegate Sahana representing?
I'm representing Holy See.
Sorry?
I'm delegated Holy See.
Okay, could you please change your name into that?
Sure, ma'am.
A delegate Vishwa Prabhu, which country are you representing? Vishwa?
I'm representing Kenya.
Kenya, okay. Thank you. And have I left out anyone? A delegate of Razia, can I know which country you're representing? Angola, okay. Okay, delegates. We shall go forward. Delegate of
Sorry for interrupting, Chair. Madagascar also wants to speak on the related topic.
Okay, sure, delegate. Okay. I shall just read it out. Just tell me if I've missed out anyone's name. Delegate of Anguilla, delegate of Congo, delegate of Costa Rica, Bulgaria, Libya, Albania, Cabo, Tonga, Kenya, and Angola, Madagascar.
Sir, delegate of Sweden, sir.
Sweden? Okay. Okay, delegates. We shall proceed. Delegate of Fazila Banu, can I know which country you represent?
Excuse me, madam.
Yes, please.
Delegate of Ecuador, I have already spoke once.
That's all right. This is a new topic. You can speak.
Okay.
Would you want to speak? Okay. I shall add you to the list. Okay.
Ma'am, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Ma'am, this is Congo and sample working paper. There is a name like Penn State Harrisburg. So can I know what's that? Like, is it the?
That's the sample. Yeah.
Is it the name
You
of
can.
the sponsor or what?
It's the name of the MUN.
So what are we supposed to take here? Like,
you can just take model in International Model United Nations on the role of youth involving green economy, green energy, and green jobs.
okay,
Yes,
ma'am. So where are we mentioning the sponsors here, ma'am?
Okay, just a minute. instead of submitted by answers. So here, the title of the MUN, and then to the committee. Put the name of the committee, and then you can go on to saying about the sponsors. Okay?
Ma'am,
Is it
followed
all
by
right?
the signatories.
Yes, sponsors and then signatories.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So let's move the speech by First Vatican City. You have the floor for 50 seconds.
Thank you so much. I would like to propose on green tax. Implementing green tax globally offers several significant advantages. Like environmental protection, we have will be reducing the pollution and conservation of natural resources. Economic benefits will have revenue generation by collection of green taxes, provide governments with additional revenue that can be reinvested in environmental initiatives, public services, and infrastructure. And with respect to economical benefits are concerned, innovation and green jobs can also be created. And we have health improvements as well. Reduction in health costs where lower pollution level lead to fever, respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, reducing healthcare costs and improving public health as well. Improving quality life will also help us in contributing more economical contributions where people less fall sick so that they spend on it. Climate change mitigation is also one of the important. It lowers greenhouse gas emission. Green taxes can significantly reduce carbon emissions, contributing to global efforts to combat climate change. Compliance with international agreements are concerned. It helps in countries to meet their commitments under international environmental treaties and agreements. When it comes to social benefits are concerned, environmental awareness like raises public awarenesses about environmental issues and the importance of sustainable practices. Equitable distribution of cost is also one of the social benefits which ensures the cost of pollutions are borne by those who cause it, or promoting or fairness and accountability also has one of the important significance. And when it comes to a global leadership and cooperation is concerned, it can always set an excellent example, like countries that implement green taxes can set a positive example for others to follow, and fostering global cooperation on environmental issues are concerned. It also enhances global reputation by demonstrate a commitment to sustainability and enhances countries' reputation on the global stage is concerned. So I would like to propose on implementing green tax worldwide could be a powerful tool in achieving a sustainable and healthier planet. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Delegate. Moving on to Delegate of Antigua.
Delegate of Antigua and Barbuda supports the idea of a green tax as a tool to drive sustainability. However, we must ensure that it does not encourage investments or slow economic growth, especially for developing nations like us. Instead of imposing abrupt taxes that may deter industries, we should consider gradual implementation, tax incentives for green investments, and international funding to help businesses transition smoothly. By designing a green tax that supports rather than restricts economic growth, we can ensure a just and effective path towards sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Congo.
Good evening, honorable delegates and honorable chair. The Republic of Congo appreciates Vatican City's initiative on green taxation and recognizes its potential to drive sustainability. However, we must ensure that such policies uplift all nations rather than disproportionately burden developing economies. For countries like Congo, which rely on natural resources and industrial exports, a universal green tax could slow down economic growth and limit access to green technology. Instead of a one-size-fits-all approach, we propose a collaborative framework where revenues from green taxes are reinvested into renewable energy projects, biotechnological innovation, and sustainable development in emerging economies. Congo is committed to a greener future, but we emphasize the need for fair, inclusive, and supportive policies that ensure no nation is left behind. Let us work together to build a sustainable and equitable global economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you for your recognition, Chair. State of Costa Rica supports the green taxation policy. Costa Rica, a pioneer in environmental sustainability, has successfully implemented green taxes to combat climate change. Since introducing eco-taxation, our country has reduced deforestation by 75% and now generates 99% of its electricity from renewable sources. The carbon tax of 3.5% on fossil fuels, introduced in 1997, has funded reforestation and conservation programs, restoring over 1 million hectares of forests. Globally, green taxes have proven effective. Countries with carbon pricing have cut emissions by 15 to 25%. Costa Rica urges this assembly to adopt progressive green tax policies that incentivize sustainability while ensuring economic growth. A greener future starts with responsible taxation. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Moving on to Delegate of Bulgaria.
Yes, ma'am. Bulgaria has already taken significant steps to align its environmental policies with EU Green Deal and global sustainable goals, such as polluter pays principle. Bulgaria enforces this principle by ensuring that companies responsible for polluting pay the full cost of environmental damage and restoration. It also increased the fines by the environmental violators by 50% to 100%, making it non-compliant significantly more costly. Renewable energy investments, Bulgaria is actively financing solar, wind, and hydro projects through EU grants and international collaborations to reduce reliance on fossil fuels. To adopt universal green taxation policies that uphold polluters accountable and generate funds for sustainable development. I call for action that introduce global carbon pricing mechanism to ensure fair and consistent penalties for excessive emissions and encourage investment in green energy and circular economy initiatives through financial incentives and green subsidies. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Moving on, Delegate of Libya.
Thanks, Speaker, ma'am.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, Delegate.
As a representative of Libya, we fully support implementing the green tax in Libya. We are a nation heavily reliant on its oil sector majorly, and which presents a very unique set of potential advantage and disadvantages here. So if I will talk about the advantages, the environmental protection, which our associate members already talked about. So environment protection is a very significant advantage here, where the green tax can incentivize our businesses and individuals to reduce the pollution and adopt more sustainable practices. Second is the revenue generation, where the taxes can provide really a new source of revenue for the government, which can be used to fund the environment protection initiative and investing in renewable energies. The next is the behavioral changes. So by making the polluting activities more expensive, this green tax can really encourage the businesses and individuals to change their behavior and adopt more environmentally friendly practices. And then last not least, economic diversification, where when we implement the green taxes, it can support the development of green economy across the world, which can create new jobs opportunities in every sector, including your renewable energy or waste management or sustainable agriculture, all the different sectors. We definitely know that there are certain disadvantages also, considering Libya's economical growth. There are certain economic impact where the green taxes might certainly increase the cost of doing business, which could have a negative impact on certain industries, particularly on the oil sector, where our economy majorly relies on. Second is the social equality, where taxes can disproportionately affect the low-income household, taking consideration again of our economic situation right now. The third one is the implementation challenges, which is a very big factor here, where implementing the green tax will completely require a very strong regulatory framework and effective enforcement mechanism by the government, which will be completely new change, which we need to introduce. Eventually, after considering all these positives or negatives of green tax implementation, we definitely would support for this implementation. Given that Libya's reliance on the oil sector, we can propose for a phased approach to implement this, which is very much necessary. And it is very crucial to use the revenue generated from these taxes to support the transition to a greener economy and to mitigate the impact on low-income household. Libya can develop a green tax policy that promote environmental sustainability while minimizing negative economic and social impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Albania. Before that, do we have any motions on the floor? Any POIs? Okay, seeing none. Delegate of Albania. Delegate of Albania. Okay. Delegate of Cabo. Delegate of Tongo.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Togo acknowledges the importance of green taxation in promoting sustainability. However, as a developing nation, we emphasize a balanced approach, one that encourages eco-friendly practices without hindering economic growth. Rather than punitive taxes, we advocate for green incentives such as tax breaks in renewable energy and sustainable industries. We also call on developing nations to support our transition through financial aid and technology transfer. Green taxation must be a catalyst for progress, not a burden on development. Let us ensure an inclusive and just green transition for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Kenya.
Hello, good evening, all. I'm representing by Kenya, and I want to support this green tax because we are importing almost 846 million dollars of worth palm oil and also 654 million dollars of wheat every year. So out of that, India is contributing $2.08 billion. If we put at least 2%, it will more than enough to become one of the developing country in all over the universe. See, Kenya also promised that it will create jobs of 240,000 green jobs by 2030. And with the AGRA, that is Alliance for Green Revolution, wherein it is helping their farmers in the form of giving subsidies and giving free irrigation and all. For these, we need to approach World Bank. So instead of approaching the World Bank for loan, if we are collecting the tax, so it is sufficient for us. So it is one of the good move for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. So moving on, Delegate of Angola. Delegate of Angola. Delegate of Angola. Delegate of Madagascar.
Thank you, Chief, for the recognition. We should think twice
Yes.
before deciding anything for the Madagascar, as it is an underdeveloped nation. Madagascar has implemented environmental taxes to promote sustainable development and environmental protection. Thus, it supports the implementations of environmental tax across the globe. Notably, the country offers tax initiatives to encourage investment in renewable energy. Companies investing in sectors such as renewable energy and green industry can benefit from these tax calculated up nearly to the 20% of the investment made during this tax year. However, reduction is applicable, cannot exceed 50%, and thus Madagascar has been actively in international environmental taxes and other taxing activities. Madagascar, the notable thing is that the green tax or environmental tax that is being levied in Madagascar can be aid development by generating revenue that can be invested in sustainable practices. For example, like forest conservation, ecotourism, some green infrastructure, and a renewable energy project, thereby protecting the country's unique biodiversity while also stimulating economic growth through economically and environmental friendly activities, taxing activities regarded and relating to the green tax or environmental tax. Yeah, this also adopts more environmental conscious behavior across the globe, contributing long-term sustainability. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Sweden.
EB, I have a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Delegate.
We can be a signatory to multiple working papers, right?
Yes, you can be signatory to multiple working papers.
Fine. Thank you.
Delegate of Sweden.
Yes, sir. Thank you for recognizing. Since Vatican City is raising a moderate caucus on green tax, Sweden strongly support the implementation of this green tax as a proven tool for reducing the carbon emission and financing the sustainable development. Since introducing one of the world's first carbon taxes in 1991, Sweden has successfully reduced the emission while maintaining the strong economic growth. However, for green taxation to be truly effective, it must be fair and inclusive. Sweden proposes a global green tax framework that majorly includes three things. Firstly, the progressive carbon taxation, which means the higher tax rate for the industries with higher emission. Secondly, the revenue redistribution by using the green tax revenues to fund the sustainable innovation, green jobs, and support for the vulnerable economy. Lastly, the tax incentives for the green business, which means for by rewarding the companies that invest in renewable energy and circular economic solution. By ensuring that taxation promotes the innovation rather than just punishment, and Sweden does not. Sweden not just support the green taxation. We have pointed in that our carbon tax system, one of the highest globally at $137 per ton, has successfully cut emission by over 27% while maintaining the 78% of GDP growth. However, this green taxation must be revolutionized for global impacts. Moreover, Sweden would also like to propose the creation of global green tax mechanism based on the AI-driven carbon pricing by using a blockchain and the AI technology to track the emission in real time, ensuring the perception-based taxation instead of blanket levies. Secondly, the broader carbon adjustment like taxing imports from the higher emission industries while exempting the least development nations and preventing the economic disparity. Lastly, the carbon tax revenue tokenism by using this to transparently, to transparently redistribute the green tax revenues into a clean technology funds, ensuring the traceability and the eliminating the corruption. Green tax is not just about the penalty. I'm re-mentioning that it's all about the data-driven, equitable transition that accelerate the sustainable economic growth. Sweden urges all nations to back on the AI-regulated, globally harnessed, and green tax framework that balance the economic justice with the climate ambition. Thank you.
Moving on to the last speaker, Ecuador. Delegate of Ecuador. Delegate of Ecuador. Are you in committee, Delegate of Ecuador? Okay, seeing no response. Um, is the working paper ready, delegates? Delegates? Is
We
the
need
working paper?
some 5 to 7 minutes. It's about to get over.
Okay, then you can propose a on mod and then work on the working paper.
Respected chairperson, the delegate of Congo. Uh,
Yes. Delegate. Delegate of Congo.
for an unmoderated caucus.
For how many minutes?
5 minutes now.
Okay. Delegates, the delegate of Congo has brought in a motion for unmoderated caucus for 5 minutes. Delegates in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. Delegates against the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, this motion clearly passes. One, two, three, four. Yeah. So we are in unmod for the next 5 minutes. Have a fruitful discussion.
The delegate of Congo would like to know who are the signatories for the working paper to collaborate with Congo so that I can put the names in the working paper. Please put a direct message to me. Please give me a direct message because in the logo I can't identify your countries. I'm a sponsor to working paper. Can I be? Am I to be considered a signatory for the same or just a sponsor?
So do you want you are a sponsor signatory for a paper, right?
No,
A
ma'am. I'm the
sponsor.
sponsor. And should I mention
Mm-hmm.
myself as a signatory as well?
No need. If you're a sponsor, you don't have to mention it as a signatory.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
So is the paper ready? Shall we proceed for voting? How many papers do we have? I can see.
One from
I
delegate of
can see.
Sweden.
Okay, I can see one working paper in the group by the delegate of Congo.
I also sent my
Which is the other working paper?
position paper.
Ma'am, is it
But
like,
that's a position paper, not a working paper.
ma'am, is it like a
Or do
mandate?
you want to send it as a working paper? Sorry, delegate. Could you please come again?
Ma'am, is it kind of mandatory to put a working paper or something?
No, it's not mandatory. If you have a blog and who wants to present a working paper, you can.
Thank you.
So, New Zealand, have you this? It's a position paper that you have sent, right? Or
Yes,
a
yes,
working paper?
yes.
A position papers. Uh, Delegates. New Zealand, the one you have sent is a position paper or a working paper, because for a working paper you'll need to have minimum of 3 sponsors.
3 sponsors. So
Who
I
is
have to
voting
ask from the delegates, okay, who will be collaborate with me, right?
Yeah, you'll have to negotiate and lobby and get sponsors for your paper, signatories for your paper,
Okay.
and then only I can accept it as a working paper.
Like, how many sponsors are needed for that?
Couldn't hear you.
How many sponsor does a working paper need? Like, we have mentioned 2 of them.
Okay. We can have minimum of 1 and at least 2, maximum of 2.
So my working paper has 2.
You have 2 sponsors.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me just check it.
Revised one.
Okay. Congo. Okay. Yeah, this is in order. If this is the only working paper at hand, we can proceed for voting. Delegate of New Zealand. Okay, you're lobbying. All right.
Yes, ma'am, I'm asking for help.
Okay, you can have 3 minutes. We can then start voting
Yes.
at 6:30.
May I present it?
Yes, you may. I'll just before that I shall just confirm a paper present working paper by Co- Congo
New Zealand,
and
delegate of
one
New
by
Zealand.
New Zealand.
Yes. Yes, she is doing, ma'am.
One by
Just
New
wait.
Zealand.
Please just give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just
Can I
confirming.
know if New Zealand would like to continue as the signatory to my working paper? Like, I had raised a concern, so.
You may clarify that in the chat box. And Sweden, delegate of Sweden.
Yes, ma'am, sending in few minutes.
Okay, okay. I'm running out of time. I need to start. The deadline is 6:40. After that, I'm not taking any papers.
Delegate of New Zealand, can I know if you would like to continue as a signatory to my paper? I'm the delegate of Congo.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Not audible, ma'am.
ಅಣ್ಣ ಇದು ಎಷ್ಟಾಯ್ತು 25 ಅಣ್ಣ
Everyone, please check the group again so that if I would get any other extra signatory, I can add their names right away.
It doesn't matter. See, you have 5 signatories, right? So you can directly proceed to voting. Present your
Sure,
paper.
ma'am.
Let's get to voting. Yeah.
Sure, ma'am. This is the working paper presented by, submitted to the International Model United Nations Conference, subject the role of youth involving in the green economy, green energy, green jobs, and green transition. Sponsors, Congo, Brazzaville, and Antigua and Barbuda. Signatories, Madagascar, Bulgaria, Belarus, Russia, Kazakhstan, Albania, Sweden, Scotland, Ecuador, Uruguay, and Holy See. Preambular clause. First one, recalling the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, Paris Agreement as key frameworks for sustainable development, reaffirming the commitment of member states to promoting green economic growth, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and ensuring environmental sustainability, recognizing the role of youth in fostering innovation, leadership, and sustainable development in the green economy, noting the significant contributions made by small island developing states and developing nations in promoting youth-led environmental initiatives despite economic and infrastructural challenges, acknowledging the vulnerabilities of SIDs and other developing nations to climate change and the urgent need for inclusive participation in decision making, emphasizing the importance of international collaboration and fostering youth-led green initiatives, green job creation, and technology transfer to support a global green transition. So the operative clauses being encourages the establishment of international youth forums and scholarship programs to enhance youth participation in climate governance and policy making, calls upon developed nations and international organizations to provide targeted financial and technical support for youth-led green initiatives, particularly in developing nations and SIDs, requests member states to integrate climate education and green skills training into their national curriculums to equip youth with the knowledge and tools for a sustainable development, supports the development of green job exchange programs where youth from developing nations and SIDs can gain experience in advanced renewable energy sector in return with expertise to drive sustainable growth at home, stresses the need for international cooperation in AI-driven technologies and digital innovation to enhance youth involvement in green energy and environmental conservation projects, urges member states to establish joint research and development projects, best practice exchanges, and technology sharing mechanisms to advance the green economy, encourages governments and private sectors, stakeholders to increase investment in green energy and technology, including providing incentives for startups and youth-led enterprises, recommends the creation of regional centers of excellence for green energy training and skill to facilitate cross-border collaboration and knowledge sharing among youth, requests the United Nations Secretary General to facilitate the implementation of this resolution by supporting member states through technical assistance and progress assessments, calls for annual global youth summits under the UN framework to monitor and assess the role of youth in advancing green economy goals and ensuring accountability. That's the end of this working paper.
Thank
May I?
you, Delegate of Congo.
Hello?
Ma'am, your voice is breaking, ma'am.
Okay, Delegate of Congo, is Antigue a signatory for your sponsor for your paper?
Can I know which country it is?
Antigue.
Let me
Antigua.
check.
Yeah, because
Ma'am,
I have another.
No, ma'am, Antigue is not a signatory to my working paper.
I had
Sponsor.
proposed, ma'am, I had proposed for the signatory for delegate of Congo. And my
Okay,
particular
got
thing
it.
is
Would Vatican City like to collaborate with Congo? Like, I had asked this in the group. Sorry,
yeah,
direct
Okay,
I
message.
let's
had
not dive into that. The time for sponsors and signatories are closed. We shall only move on to voting. Before that, if I would like Delegate of Antigua to just come and tell me if they're a sponsor for Congo's paper,
Yes,
because
madam.
only then I can take. Are you a delegate? I mean, are you a sponsor for the
Yes,
working
ma'am.
paper by
Yes,
Congo?
yes, madam. Yes. Congo, can you
Then
please
you can
clarify?
Yes, ma'am.
yes.
Congo
Then
and Antigue and Congo are sponsors to those. That presented paper.
okay. Then it would be impossible for Antigua to have a paper on its own as a sponsor
Okay.
because
Sorry. Okay.
sponsor.
Sorry.
Okay. No worries. Okay. We have apart from that, Sweden. You have a paper, right? One paper.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I also have paper.
Okay. First,
Delegate of
let's
New
vote
Zealand.
upon whose paper we shall go into voting. So first, the paper by Sweden. Who would want to go into voting the paper of Congo? Like delegates, the first round of voting would be about if we want to listen to one's paper. Like so, we have three options: paper by Congo, paper by Sweden, and paper by New Zealand. And would the delegates be willing to vote upon Congo's paper? Yeah, we can proceed to vote then. In support of paper by delegate of Congo, favor, please raise your hand. This is essential to show your support. Delegate of Congo, I don't see your sponsors nor your signatories supporting you in the chat box by raising the hand. I've only received two rise of hands. Congo, would you like to have a second round of voting, or shall we go for against being against? Uh, Delegates, not on the
I didn't
chat
get you.
box, but
I didn't get you. Like,
delegates. Okay, let's go again. Let's vote on in favor of working paper by Congo. Raise your hands in the raise your hand for showing support. Okay, I can see Libya and Afghan. Okay, I've got 2 votes in favor. Okay, who
Ma'am,
does not
Scotland,
want
delegate
to?
of Scotland. Can you hear
ma'am,
me?
there are more than 2 here, ma'am.
Ma'am, delegate of Scotland is with Congo.
Okay, I wish you raised your hand. Okay, fine, I shall accept it. So 3 votes. Sweden,
Ma'am, no, ma'am,
Libya,
there are
and
more than
Afghanistan.
3.
Can I hear
Ma'am,
me?
there are many.
I'm
I
delegate of
cannot see
Belarus is
that
with
on the.
Congo.
Ma'am, here I'm seeing myself, uh, Russia, Kazakhstan, Scotland, Ecuador, Uruguay, someone by name Vishal, Antigua, uh, Sweden, Madagascar, Bulgaria, and some 2 others, ma'am.
Okay, how about all the delegates who are
Well,
Congo put a message in the group, message in the chat box in the meeting. Just 2 minutes. I can see Uruguay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I can see 9 votes. 10. Okay, 12 votes. Okay, 12 votes. Final. Okay, let's move on to who are against the paper of Congo. Delegate of Libya, are you against the paper of Congo? Because I can see your hands raised. Okay. Seeing none in the chat box, nor in the raise of hands. Is no one against the paper of Congo? Okay, moving on.
Ma'am, I raised my hand. I'm representing
Uh,
Kiribati.
okay, you are against the paper
Yep.
of Congo. Okay.
Yeah, I am.
What about Afghanistan? Delegate of Afghanistan?
Yeah, I can. I'm here.
Are you against or for the paper of?
No, I'm not. So, shall I share my delegate about like did I vote and select network?
Yeah, are you in favor or against the paper of Congo?
No, I'm agree with.
Okay. What about validity? Okay, I can see 3
I'm
votes
against.
then.
Yeah,
Okay,
against.
3 against. Any other delegates who wish to rise? Seeing none, we shall proceed with the next paper. The paper by delegate of Sweden. Delegates in favor, please raise your hand. Delegates in favor of Sweden. Okay, I can see Sweden's name. Remaining delegates, you can put a message in the chat who are in favor of Sweden. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I can see 8. 8 votes in favor of Sweden. 8. Okay, let's move on to votes against Sweden. Please put it. Okay, 9. I can see 9 with Sweden. Okay. Delegates who are against the paper of Sweden, please drop the message in the chat box. Delegates? It is mandatory to vote either you are in support or not, because you have most of the delegates have said present voting during the roll call. Delegates who are not in favor of the paper with Sweden, please drop a message in the group. Okay. All right, Bhutan. Libya. So that would be make it 10 and 13. All right. Uh, Not in favor of Sweden's paper. All right. All right, Kazakhstan. Should I wait for more? Is any other delegates willing to vote in not favor of Sweden's paper? Okay. If not, proceeding to New Zealand. Delegate of who are in favor of delegate of New Zealand's paper can drop the message in the group in the chat box. Delegates. New Zealand. Okay. 1. I can just see 1 vote. Delegates. What happened? 1, 2 votes in favor. 3, 4. Okay. I can see 4 votes in favor of 5. Okay. So 5 votes in favor of the paper of New Zealand, and okay, Uruguay, I shall take that. 6. Okay. Votes against paper presented, a working paper presented by New Zealand. Please drop a message in the group, in the chat box. Against the paper of New Zealand. Okay, Congo. To delegate soon. Congo is leading now. Okay, let's do. Delegates only 2 against. Okay, 3. All right. Yes, Libya. I shall take that. So 3 against. Okay, so we are done with the voting. So I shall be reading out the voting.
Ma'am,
Yes,
if permits, can you recall vote for Sweden, ma'am?
yes, I shall be reading it out. So for Congo, 13 in favor, 3
I'm
against.
opening poll for voting Sweden, ma'am.
Sweden, you won. Okay. We shall go about voting for Sweden once again on special request. Just a minute before you start. I want whoever in favor of Sweden's paper to raise their hand, because that's more, easy to count. Yeah, begin voting in favor of Sweden's paper. Okay, Bhutan. Delegate of Sweden, I'm sorry, there's no
There has been no response.
Ma'am, I'm seeing many hands raised here, ma'am. More than 10.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not able to see. Then maybe there's
Can
some
you change a layout
technical
on your
glitch.
PC, ma'am? It's showing like that.
Okay. Maybe then I don't know. It's not happening. Drop a message in the chat box saying with Sweden. Okay. 5, 6, 7, 7 votes. 8. Wait. 7 votes. Sweden, you have 7 votes in favor.
Moreover, Russia and Barbuda, Kiribati,
Yeah, I count it.
all have
Vatican
been
City,
raised, ma'am.
Madagascar. Yeah, Vatican, Madagascar, Libya, Kiribati, Tongo, Antigua, and Russia. And yeah,
Ma'am,
Russia.
will you please ask for New Zealand one more time, please?
We did go
Hope Uruguay,
about the
you
New
missed
Zealand.
for Sweden, ma'am. Uruguay also voted for Sweden, ma'am.
Ma'am, will you please ask one more time
Yes,
for New
okay.
Zealand?
So that would be 8 votes. Delegates, are you sure about doing the votes again? Because Sweden had 9 votes in the previous voting time, and now it has come down to 8 votes.
Ma'am,
But
Hope
I'm
Uruguay
alright
is
with
also
doing
raised
it.
a hand, ma'am. Uruguay,
Okay,
US.
I've taken it. Including that, it's 8. Vatican City, Madagascar, Libya, Kiribati, Tongo, Antigua, Russia, Uruguay. All right, delegates. If New Zealand wants us to go over the voting again, does all the delegates want us to go with the voting again for the delegate of New Zealand?
Sorry for interrupting.
Yes, a delegate.
Ma'am, actually voting can't take place two times.
Yes, but I don't want to
No,
say that the
without
voting was
giving
unbiased.
reason or the
Yes.
facts, you can't to take the votes for two times. You have to consider any one of the voting. And even we are the law students, according to the constitution also says that, and voting can't be taken place two times. Okay, so please consider the voting
Yes,
of
I
any
agree.
one time.
Yes, so I shall be
Thank
considering
you.
the.
Please consider this.
I agree with you, delegate of Albania. So I shall be only considering the vote that I had taken in the first round. That is Congo 13 for and 3 against. Sweden 9 for and 1 against. New Zealand 6 for and 3
New Zealand,
against.
yeah, Madagascar,
So
Antigua
it's a
and
clear
Barbuda.
majority that the paper of working paper by Congo
International
has been passed in majority.
international
Mr. Congo, congratulations.
Indian representative,
Thanks a lot to all of those who voted for my
Okay.
paper.
United Nations participation.
So let's have a motion
Huh?
to
Good.
close the committee.
Couple of Kazakhs, Kiribati.
Ma'am, a point for parliamentary inquiry. Can I know when the
Yeah.
results will be announced?
It will be
Citizenship.
released in few minutes. I shall be asking. Yes, Professor Marty sir will be announcing it.
Sorry, did you vote our country like Afghanistan?
Sorry, Afghanistan, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I mean, did you vote our country Afghanistan with my team also?
I can't hear you.
Can you hear
Could
me?
you please put a message in the chat? Yeah, now it's better.
Can you hear me
Yes,
now?
delegate,
Is
you
it
may.
okay?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. I just want to ask that did you guys vote our country like Afghanistan with my team that I sent the position paper in the group?
Yes, delegate, I've considered that, and post that we have done the voting. So that's all for now. So let's have a motion to close committee, adjourn committee.
I literally thank to Janvi Suresh ma'am for considering my words, which was against voting 2 times.
Yes,
Thank
I
you so
totally
much.
agree with that. I am also a second year law student. I totally agree with you, but for most participants, this is the first time, and I wouldn't want to give up a idea that money is biased.
But
So just for
let's get corrected
participants.
from first step only.
Sorry?
Let's get corrected from starting steps only. No need to take excuses.
Yes, that's why.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you. Thank
But
you so much.
Madam Janvi, you have done a good job in
Let's.
conducting very patiently. You have carried out the entire session very patientful manner.
Sorry?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you everyone for participating in this webinar. And this has been my first chairing for an online MUN. And thank you so much for making it so memorable and easy for me because you all have been so, lively, interactive, and just wonderful. Thank you. I thank Marchi sir for judging the conference. I request him to announce the prizes.
Janvi Suresh, dear Janvi Suresh, you really did wonderful. I really appreciate your patience and collaborating nature. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Sir?
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. May I proceed?
Yes, over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much, dear delegates. May I request Professor Dr. Sudha Devi Madam, Principal of Saraswati Law College, to speak few words about the today's Model United Nation conference. Over to you, madam.
Exam kanya leave. Leave.
Madam Sudha Devi.
ഇന്ന് കുറച്ച് കമ്മിയായത് ചൂട് ഇന്നലെ മിഞ്ഞാന്നൊക്കെ നല്ല ചൂട് എനിക്കുണ്ടമ്മ ഞാൻ ഷുഗറൊക്കെ നിർത്തിയില്ല
Ma'am, you are not audible, ma'am.
Ma'am, you are not audible.
Shall I? Okay. Esteemed participants and Kadriya Hasimi from Legal Institute and Policy Research, Afghanistan, Madam Professor Sudha Devi, Principal, Saraswati Law College, Chitradurga, Organizing Secretary of this today's Professor N.D. Gowdaji and his team, Dr. Shailesh, Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Karyana, Dr. D.B. Ravi Kumar, chairperson of this Model United Nations Conference, Janvi Suresh, above ladies and gentlemen, In fact, I'm indeed privileged and honored to share a few words about the today's month. At the fag end of this program, I'm really honored to share a few words. You know the fact that during the Model United Nations Conference, students will be evaluated on various criteria to determine the 5 best delegates from the participants. These criteria include diplomatic courtesy, research skills, analytical ability, the direction of debate, advocacy skills, participating in question and answer sessions, adherence to rules of procedure, quality of position, effectiveness of the general speakers, involvement in moderated causes, lobbying efforts, speaking abilities, overall command of subject matter, knowledge of issues, proficiency in resolution writing and documentation, contribution to working paper, and the ability to prepare and handle amendments. These factors collectively reflect the students' engagement, preparation, and program throughout the conference as well. So, depending on these factors, we have in fact evaluated few people who have done wonderful job, especially in the field of the Model United Nations Conference as well. Of course, much has been discussed on these factors, and you know the fact that uh, Kadriya Hasimi, who has designed the theme of this Model United Nations Conference, especially on the basis of green economy, the two blue economy, what we call it as green jobs, green energy, and all in all, she has gone through. Based on that, you have gone through very good research. It could be doctrinal or non-doctrinal, waterfall or hill climbing, deductive or inductive research, comparative, prognostic way of research. Of course, everything is based on reflective thinking. So without reflective thinking, it's very difficult to understand the subject matter as well. No matter, dear delegates, it depends on your research. Of course, it's a beginning. It's not an end itself. Law is not actually static. It's a dynamic. It is actually keep changing every day and night. You should understand it. We can have number of Model United Nations conferences in future. You have to explore on the basis of law, and you know the fact that knowledge of law is essential. Without knowledge of law, it would be virtually impossible to reach out the conflict resolution as well. And moreover, it is well noted that the moment when you are actually representing a particular country, you should know geography, population, problems being faced by people, economic conditions, and issues and challenges as well. How a state can have a good relations with other nations counts a lot. As I said at the very outset, you are not living alone. You are living with many. When you are living with many, you should know how to understand others. This is what we have known on the basis of a concept of right. Where there is a right, there is a duty. Where there is a duty, there is a liability. This is our jural relations. If X happens, then Y ought to happen. If X commits a crime, he should be prosecuted. So keeping in of all these traditional methods, of course, all delegates have done very good thing on the basis of application of artificial intelligence as well. So what is all about artificial intelligence? Everybody knows in these days. So technology is one. This is what I have known on the basis of one of the books written by Bayana. The title of the book is Legal Regime on Outer Space. The very first, the paragraph of his book would start with um, one of the analysis one has to understand. Your law looks as if a tortoise, whereas science and technology, they look as if an eagle. They are just flying faster and faster. So you have to have a synergy between science and technology as well. Without understanding science and technology, whatever you are going to say would be incomplete. This is one thing. On the other hand, you should know scientists, the relationship between scientists and the natural philosophers as well. So that's also there with a view to understand the concept of the artificial intelligence as well. And you know the fact that uh, artificial intelligence has created very good, positions. Of course, it has had its own advantages and disadvantages as well. So we have to balance between positive and negative observations as well. What are the positive observations we have? So it can reduce human error, 24 into 7 available, faster decision making, reduce the risk, and automated receptive task it has. And along with that, you have had the improved healthcare, improved drug discovery, digital assistance. These are the benefits of artificial intelligence. You have to make use of artificial intelligence in these days. Of course, no matter in earlier days, look into information technology. You had just not more than 13 years of experience in information technology. You're in digital technology. So technology has to be called and looked into. You have nanotechnology, marine technology, space technology, war technology, information technology, the above all digital technology. So all these things should be called and looked into for the survival of humanity as well. So along with the continuity of certain observations made or advantages made, you shall not be forgotten on what are the disadvantages of artificial intelligence as well. What are the disadvantages of artificial intelligence shall be called and looked into. It can reduce employment, lacks creativity, and then absence of emotional range, ethical dimensions you have, increases the potential for human laziness, the privacy issues we have, and lack of transparency and explainability and dependency and reliability. So apart from these, you should understand artificial intelligence from the point of view of a ethical notion of a human being. So that's very important from the point of understanding the artificial intelligence as well. So keeping in view of all these observations, uh, uh, of course, no matter, mm, everything is based on good governance, responsibility, safety, and privacy, above all ethical and moral notions as well. So science means, as I have believed, that science means ethics. That's very important from the point of view of understanding the science and technology as well. So the moment when you're just dealing with green economy or blue economy or energy or green jobs, all in all, you have to understand the way in which you are running with the concept of human environment. So human environment shall not be forgotten, because you know the fact that when you are close to high temperature, of course, no matter, high fertility will come. When you have got high fertility, population will be increased. When you have got population, problems are many, not only in India, cutting across the world. Of course, no matter, we have to balance the interest between haves and have-nots. That is our concern. Access to justice is one among human rights. This is what we are. Krishna has already been explained in many cases as well. In a silver linings, former chairperson of UNHCR, and rest of them have outspoken on the basis of these factors. Along with the continuity of that, Justice Anand of NHRC, who could say that poverty, that itself is a violation of human rights as well. So keeping of all these examples, parameters, along with the continuity of the UDHR, ICCPR, and International Covenant on Economic and Social Council 1966. So apart from these international covenants, we have some action plans at the international level, as we have already been witnessed on the basis of new millennium goals, sustainable development goals. Even WTO has been actually addressed some of the issues and challenges between haves and have-nots. So all these things shall be called and looked into with a view to understand the problems of people all over the world. And this is one thing. On the other hand, you cannot say that there is no law at all. We have a law. Only thing is that you have to sit for a while, understand the law, and you have to create. Society can create law. Similarly, courts can also create law. There is a lot of scope with a view to understand customary and conventional law as well. So keeping in view of all these observations and silver linings, I can say that, of course, there is humanity, or what shall I say, dictate of public conscience. Based on humanity and dictate of public conscience, we can overcome the problems between haves and have-nots. I mean to say, developed and developing countries as well. So without understanding humanity or dictate of public conscience, it would be virtually impossible to understand these issues as well. This is one thing. On the other hand, if rather I would say, kindly have a look on Martin's class and a Lieber code, which were highly essential with a view to understand humanity and the dictate of public conscience as well. So with these a few aspects, of course, no matter, the entire word is actually divided into three. It could be Eurocentric, US-centric, and Asia-Afro-centric approaches as well. I was just listening to all the delegates. I thought that I might be sitting in General Assembly elsewhere in the Security Council as such, or with you to reach out the policy level as well. So with these a few aspects, I take this opportunity to thank Syed Drat and Kadria for giving me an opportunity to share a few words at the end of this session as well. So based on your efforts made, especially on the basis of research, we have Kadri Hamisi.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Can you please announce it?
Sure, sir. Please announce.
Can you please announce the result? With your
You
permission.
proceed, sir. I will say the word of thanks. You should proceed.
Okay, okay. So thank you very much. Fifth place goes to Sweden. Fifth place goes to Sweden.
Thank you.
Fourth place goes to Madagascar. Third place goes to Vatican City. Second place goes to Antigua, Barbuda.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
First place goes to Congo. All the very best. It's not actually
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
an end itself. It's a beginning. Go ahead with a very good research on the public international law as well. All the very best. Thank you, madam.
So,
Yeah, please proceed with
thank
what
you.
thanks. Yeah.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Okay.
Do we get certificate of appreciation for this, or what are we getting as a
Yes,
prize?
yes, of course, you'll get.
Sorry, can I ask my question?
Yeah, please proceed.
Yeah, from Afghanistan.
Yes, please.
Can you repeat the top person that in the first place? Like, can you mention 3 top people? I mean, just
We'll share
mention
group as
the
well.
name of Afghanistan.
We'll send it to you. WhatsApp.
I request Madam Chair to please share the top 5 delegates on WhatsApp group as well.
Yes, yes. I think that would be fine.
As we come at the end of this program, estimated guests, distinguished delegates, and honorable chair, madam. As we come to the conclusion of this incredible Mother United Nations Conference on Youth Empowerment, it's my privilege to express my gratitude to all those who contributed to make this event a resounding session. First and foremost, our heartfelt thanks to our chief guests, keynote speakers, and the president of the program for sharing their invaluable insights and efforts. A special appreciation goes to our delegates. Your dedication, well-researched arguments, and diplomatic skills have made this conference truly engaging. Also, I want to extend my gratitude to the Executive Board, Committee Chair, and Madam Reporter for their guidance and commitment to ensuring a smooth and productive session. Also, to our organizing team, thank you for your tireless work behind this skin. As we are at the end of this program, I thanks to
Hello, madam.
sorry for stuck at this. As we conclude, let us take the ideas and inspiration for this conference and turn them to meaningful activities once, and we look forward to see you all tomorrow webinar as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, my pleasure too. So I congratulate all of you.
Have any feedback?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
All the very best.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, and all the best to future projects. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Sorry, do we have a webinar tomorrow?